Yeah, very good afternoon, everyone. So, today, as a part of Aglavia program, we will have a discussion on Science and Tech PYQs. The basic framework remains the same. The Science and Tech, we have selected 30 PYQs, which we seem to be relevant for this year also. That type of questions have been selected, and we will have a discussion on one part, the exact question that is asked. Secondly, what we can anticipate for this year from the same theme or from the same topic, or what different kind of aspects is in news regarding that. So let's get started. So in Science and Tech, how many questions come usually? Weightage is very good. 12-13 questions every year consistently is coming. Last 5 years, if you look, consistently 11 is the lowest in 2019. Otherwise, every year 13-12 questions are there. So this is something like a low hanging fruit. And what is the nature of questions? Basically, 4 aspects you will divide the topics from where the question is coming. Basic sciences, very less number of questions, 2 questions around per year you will get from this basic sciences. It includes, like, we'll discuss questions and we will understand. Then space, communication, defense, all this constitute 1/3 part of the questions. Then we have healthcare, biotechnology having a very high weightage, maybe especially due to after the COVID times, it becomes more relevant. New vaccines are coming, so many new technologies here. So around 25% weightage, this is having an emerging technology like artificial intelligence, IoT, all this constitute around 31%. So the numbers, these four aspects mainly questions are coming. And what is the nature of questions being asked? Very much applied questions and very much questions are not from any theoretical aspects of whatever technology or whatever science that is being taught. Questions are directly taken from what is current happening of it. And mostly there are so many questions you will see, just having a peripheral knowledge will help you so much in answering it. And having a basic common sense. So many questions, even common sense can get you 20% of the questions right. So when we have this current affairs class, Saturday evening classes, I was strongly encouraging you to not use so much of tricks, not to use so much of jugaad in finding the answers. At least for the time being, for 1 more month or 1.5 more month, focus on building a very strong knowledge base. Tricks and all you can start applying later phase, you can learn it very fastly later. But once your knowledge is not your command, then only tricks is not going to help. But in this class, these are PYQs, these are questions framed by UPSC itself. Here we will try to apply more tricks. You have the liberty of, even if you don't know the answer, try to apply whatever coming into your mind. So play with more freedom here. It's not delivering exactly the knowledge part is not only the objective of whatever the class we are doing here. Okay. So get started. So answer, we will follow the same framework. You have the question here. Take 30-40 seconds and try to answer this question. If you're watching online, please comment in the live chat what is your answer. Hello, Kohinoor. Answer the question, Kohinoor. Okay, tell me what is answer. You marked A. So let's read the question. With reference to polyethylene terephthalate, what is it? Usually it is called by the name PET. All these water bottles, mineral water bottles or Pepsi bottles, all these kind of bottles are mainly made of this. So use of which is so widespread in our daily lives. Consider the following statements. You have to find the correct statements. First statement, its fibers can be blended with wool and cotton fibers to reinforce their properties. Suppose you are confused regarding it. Suppose we are not very much sure about it. Our approach is to find 100%, either 100% or statements which are 100% correct or 100% wrong statements. Either of this you have to look for. First statement, suppose I am not 100% sure what it is. Let's go to another statement. Containers made of it can be used to store any alcoholic beverages. Any is little bit extreme statement. Alcoholic, some kind of alcoholic materials can have react with these polymers. Not exactly these polymers. So polymers have some reaction with alcoholic ethyl and all. So this also I am very much confused. I can go with it or again not go with it. Bottles made of it can be recycled into other products. If you look at these, all these bottles, they are highly promoted to be recycled. So this can be 100% correct. So if 3 is correct, which all I can eliminate? A and D is the only remaining options. Now read the next fourth option. Articles made of it can be easily disposed of by incineration without causing greenhouse gas emissions. Now what we are talking about? We are talking about a polymer. Polymer means it is some kind of plastic itself. Now if you are saying incinerating the plastic, what is incineration means? Very high temperature, something like 300, 500 degrees Celsius in presence of oxygen. In excess presence of oxygen, we do the incineration. Now if some plastic is burned in excess presence of oxygen, what will come out? So many gases, harmful gases. Greenhouse gases should be there. Without causing greenhouse gases means that is very absurd statement. You can 100% be sure this is wrong statement. So what we are left with? Again, we don't have any luck. If you have to go with any of these options. Now come back to this, where we find most of the alcohol coming. Most of the alcohol bottles, what it is used of, made of. Mostly it is glass. I'm not saying all alcohol you see around for all applications, drinking or other applications are coming in glass, but mostly alcohols come in glass. Why? Glass is the best material for preserving alcohols. Some kind of plastic also can be used, but best material is glass. So this, and there is any alcoholic beverage is given. Any means it's a little bit extreme statement. Wherever there is extreme words used, take a note of it. I'm not saying it will be all one direction, but at least take a note of it. Here there is an extreme statement. Here it is can be. That is more like a probabilistic statement. So better go with 1 and 3. A is the correct answer here. First statement is correct. Wool and cotton fibers can be used to reinforce this. And we have third statement. Bottles can be recycled. What more? Why this question came in exam? We are eliminating single-use plastic. So recently in July 2022, we have implemented some sort of elimination. And what sort of elimination it is? If next year some question come, it can be on this policy. Are we eliminating all single-use plastic? What is the objective? What is the policy agenda? Promote recycling, all these promoting all these industries, processing industries, circular economy, these are all part of it. Idea is we are not completely eliminating single-use plastic. We have only selected some of the items which have high littering potential. We have selected 28 items. These items has been only eliminated. If you only look at this hype media, somewhere it is used, single-use plastic are completely banned and all. But even if you used to see today, bottles are coming in single-use plastic bottles only. What mineral water, all these. Of many applications, single-use plastic is still very much used. We have only selected 28 items which are having high litter potential, and these items has been XYZ banned. And there is criticism on this ban also. Implementation is lacking, even though the policy is made. How this implementation is processing? It is like central MOEFCC. What it is? Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. They come up with rules for elimination of plastic or rules for management of plastic. Now these rules has to be implemented at lower level, at state level as well as the third local level. So the state level and local level implementation is given in charge. What will happen? There will be high level of variance throughout the states. So some states are implementing better, some states are not that much serious about it. Overall, there is criticism on this policy also. So this is some properties of this PET. This question is not asking you to have complete knowledge of PET, but you should have some common sense to eliminate right options and reach the correct conclusion. You can go through this. I'm not spending too much time on it. 1, 2, 3 means that is how many times you can use it. If one is written only one time, then recycle it. 2 times means you may use it 2 times through the cycle, then only replace it. This, go and check. Go ahead. So these are the some of the items I am told. This has been banned in the recent notification. Complete one single use is not banned. Only selected 28 items has been banned right now. This will be expanded in the next stage like that. So ban on having this micron level, if you want to have, you can have a look. Ban on plastic carry bags having thickness of less than 75 microns, we have completely banned plastic bags. So this can be potentially a statement can be formed on it if this policy, a statement is made on this policy. Go ahead. Answer the second question. These were the questions which I was saying about these basic sciences. Okay, it's quite very easy. What is answer? A. Sure, 100%. Let's go through the question. The known forces of nature can be divided into 4 classes: gravity, electromagnetism, weak nuclear force and strong nuclear force. With reference to them, which one of the following statement is not correct? Do not make a mistake on this kind of reading question correctly. Actually, many times it happens. 1, 2 question you miss out like this. So very careful on not correct or what correct is asked. Gravity is the strongest of the 4. Okay, electromagnetism acts only on particles with electric charge. Weak nuclear force causes radioactivity. Strong nuclear force holds protons and neutrons inside the nucleus of an atom. Let's just understand what these forces are. What is electromagnetic force? Having anything positive and negative, these two have attractive forces, or some positive and positive, this will have repulsive forces. This force is called electromagnetic force. Where we will see this? We have ions, moving charges, molecules are formed like this. NaCl coming together, why? Because Na is positive and Cl is negative. So these two come together and form common salt. So wherever charged particles are, that force between them, or attractive force or repulsive force between them, categorized as electromagnetic force. What is other force? Weak nuclear force. What it is? Idea is within a nucleus, what all nucleus contains? Protons and neutrons. What holds these protons and neutrons? That is That is strong nuclear force. Here it is neutrons into, okay, what within the neutrons if radioactively decayed into proton and electron or proton and gamma rays. So what holds a neutron or subatomic particles? That is weak nuclear force. This act inside the neutron or inside these very small ranges. What about strong nuclear force? That is what holds the whole nucleus together. Nuclear protons and neutrons together, that is holds together, is strong nuclear force. And what is gravitational force? Between any two mass bearing particles. And what is their ranges? Very long distance it can act between sun and earth, between celestial bodies. So this is having very high range, but if you compare the force level, this is the weakest. Data is given here. Relative strength, if you take a strong nuclear force, that is the strongest force as 1, then 10 raised to minus 39 is only the gravitational force. But if you look at the range, it is infinite, and this will be having extremely short. So now go back to our, what was our previous question? So what is the answer here? Gravity is the strongest of the four. This absolutely cannot be right. Rest all this is even very simple statements, because they are simply defining what is the basic forces. So A is the correct answer. Go ahead. Answer the third question. Yes, A is correct. Kohinoor. Okay, tell me what is answer? A. Ice is bad conductor of heat. Any other suggestion? What is answer? सोच रहे? Then सोचो, answer करो कुछ. Guess work, do anything, give me some answer, don't leave it. So what is your, give me one option, two option at least. A. What can be other answer? Really? Okay. So what is the question? The surface of a lake is frozen in severe winter, but the water at its bottom is still liquid. What is the reason? What can be reason? What happens to a lake? Suppose, assume this is a lake. Here we will have ground. Here will be air and there will be water. Now it started freezing. Upper part freezes first. That is why it is the reason. Ice is a bad conductor of a heat. How it is relevant here? Is ice a bad conductor compared to water? Ice is indeed a bad conductor of heat. But how it is related? How you are answering A? How it is making the water below its liquid and above solid? Heat may be blocked. Okay. Second option, since the surface of the lake is at same temperature as the air, no heat is lost. That is very absurd statement. Surface means, surface of lake means somewhere here. Air means they can be at different temperature. They shall be at different temperature most probably. So this is very absurd statement, you can eliminate. density of water is maximum at 4 degrees Celsius. Technically, this is the correct answer. Now, how it works? Tell me, when lakes start freezing, suppose 0 degree is approaching, or lakes start falling below, temperature start falling below 0 degrees Celsius, then what happens? Suppose water earlier it was at 10 degrees Celsius, now it fall down to suppose 2 degree or to 5 degrees Celsius. Now what will happen to density? Density cooling, what will happen? It should increase. When something temperature is falling, it becomes more condensed. So density increases. So if mostly air will be at lower temperature and ground will be at slightly higher temperature. So cooling will be starting from here. So suppose here we have 5 degree water, here we have 10 degree water. Now what will happen? This 5 degrees at higher density. This 10 degrees at lower density. Then what will happen? This will come here and this will go out. Some convection cycle will start. And this lower temperature water will come to the bottom of the lake and higher temperature will go out. Now everyone is happy at this point. Now what happens? When temperature falls below 4 degree Celsius or at 4 degree Celsius. Suppose below 4 degree, again it is falling, and suppose here it is 4 degree and here it is suppose 2 degrees Celsius. Then what will happen? Where it is dense, higher dense water? Water has special peculiar characteristics. At 4 degree it is having highest density. So in this case, when temperature drops below 4 degrees Celsius, here we have higher density, here it will not be at higher density, it will be at higher density. So what exactly happens? This convection cycle that is going on will get cancelled out. There will not be any convection cycle, and however water is staying there, it will stay there. So the temperature distribution will not happen. So whatever the temperature, cold temperature here, it will remain cold, here it will remain hot. The previous convection that is going on, that will get cancelled out. And why this is happening? Because water has a peculiar characteristic. Only water has these characteristics. That is, all liquid when cooling, density increases. But for water, it increases till 4 degrees Celsius. Now water is, if cooled further, density falls. Okay. So what is this environmental benefits of this? There will be water here, so many fishes will exist for longer period, and by whole lake doesn't get frozen. Some water will always remain in the deep. So till more time this biodiversity can sustain. So here what is the answer? C is the correct answer. This is also another question from basic sciences. Go ahead. Answer the fourth question. This is also a little bit confusing question. Answered? No. Tell me what is answer. D. You? This is why UPSC cutoff is going very low. What is answer? Let's read the question. In a pressure cooker, temperature at which food is cooked depends mainly on which of the following? 2021. So what all it depends on? What happens in pressure cooker? Pressure cooker will act something like a closed system or a closed vessel, and you will be giving heat here, flame or whatever. Then what happened? Volume remains fixed because it is a closed container. Volume is fixed, like mechanical class. Now if heat is coming, temperature will increase. Now what is basic equation connecting all this? Gas equation, PV equal to something like MRT. So what does it indicates? V volume cannot, P is pressure, V is volume, mass, this is a constant, and T is temperature. Now here volume is exactly constant, there is no change in volume. Now if flame is operating means temperature will increase. Now if one side of the equation is increasing, what will increase here? There is only one variable left. So pressure will increase. So here it is atmospheric pressure, suppose 1 bar. So inside the pressure cooker there will be sometimes 2 bar. This much is clear. Now there will be a valve here. And what this valve does? Suppose some cutoff will be kept. Suppose it goes beyond 2.1 bar, the valve opens. Valve opens means pressure falls. Mass will exit of system and correspondingly there will be a drop in pressure. This much is game is clear. Now come back to the question. Area of hole of the lid. So how this impacts? If very big area is given, what happens? Very big hole is given, that much of mass loss will happen. So that much temperature inside will be impacted by this. Second option, temperature of the flame. What is explanation to this is, temperature of the flame will only act till what point? If at room temperature you are putting a cooker, then it till that reaching the temperature, reaching the highest temperature, till that point temperature of the flame is important. Maybe high temperature flame you give, cooker will, heating will happen fast. But beyond that highest temperature, what it will reach, it will not depend on what is the rate of flame you are giving. You give whatever rate of the flame, highest temperature that is reached in the cooker will depend on this valve, depend on this how much pressure it can handle. Other systems. Weight of the lid. Weight of the lid how comes into situation? Because it will give act as, it will give some pressure here. More pressure will be added into the component. If you use a bigger lid, that bigger lid will give more pressure into it, and will add, if pressure is increasing, corresponding maximum temperature rise you can find. So this will also act as, these two will be main, and question may also there is a word called mainly. So it looks very confusing during the exam, but the correct answer as per UPSC is C, 1 and 3 only. Another question, how to prepare these kind of questions or basic sciences question. Every year you get one question, alternate year 1-2 questions are coming. How to prepare this? These are not current affairs. You cannot call these as from current affairs compilation. If you want, you can go through some of the selected chapters of NCERTs in +1, +2. If you are too weak in science or don't have any science background, then go to the NCERTs of lower classes, 9th class or 10th class. That will suffice. Most of these concepts are like the previous question about these forces and this question on this pressure cooker. All these are directly taken from lower NCERTs, class 9 NCERTs, class 10 NCERTs and all. So if you are weak in these areas, then go through these NCERTs. But if you are somebody who have an engineering background, somebody who have command over this, then you don't need to too much bother about it. Still, if you want to learn some biology and all, go the selected chapters of +1, +2 NCERTs. Okay, anyway, 1 or 2 question maximum you are getting. So your preparation should not, don't allow too much time into it. Most of the science and tech questions, if you look out of 12 questions, only 1 question come like this. Rest of the questions are directly taken from concepts or something happening in the current past or current situation. So more of the preparation should be oriented in that direction. Go ahead. Answer the 5th question. हो गया. Fifth question, what is answer? Water can dissolve more substances than any other liquid because tell me what is answer? A. It is dipolar in nature. This is also another basic sciences question. So what is other options? Water can dissolve more substance than any other liquid because it is dipolar in nature. It's a good conductor of heat. Water is not that good conductor. Water become good conductor only when there is ions or something is there. Otherwise, water is not that good conductor. So this option you can eliminate. It has high value of specific heat. What does it has to do with dissolving materials? Oils. Oils have high value of specific heat. What is specific heat? Heat required to raise temperature by 1 degree Celsius of 1 kg material. 1 kg water, 1 degree raise करना है, कितना heat देना है. That is specific heat. Oil have very high specific heats, but what oil have very small number of chemicals or materials can be dissolved in oil. So this also you can find something that is against this statement. You can find examples against this statement. Water is not that much good conductor. Come to the fourth option. It is an oxide of hydrogen. What is this? What about this? What is water? H2O. It is an oxide of hydrogen. It is technically correct. It may be oxide of hydrogen, but does that exactly make it help it dissolve more components? Best possible answer is it is dipolar in nature. What is dipolar means? What is dipolar? Don't go and read that. There is a inbuilt polarity within the molecule. What is H2O? We told water is H2O. That is one oxygen and two hydrogen will be connected. Now this oxygen, what it has? High electronegativity. It requires one electron, and it is this electron it will get from half from here, half from here. Technically it will not take half, but assume that half electron it take, and there will be some accumulation of negative charge at this part of this molecule. And if this is losing charge, there will be similar accumulation of charge at other parts of the molecule. So there is a negative positive charge separation within the molecule of water. This characteristic is called dipolarity, and due to this dipolarity, more substance can be dissolved in water. How it will help to dissolve more substance? Any new substance can be broken into its constituents. Suppose best example is NaCl. If you put NaCl in water, Cl is minus, NaCl is exactly two ions, Na positive ions and Cl negative ions. So here water already have a negative charge separation. So when you put salt into water, all these Na positive ions will come to here and Cl minus ions will come to this part. So they combine to form a cohesive mixture. So due to this charge characteristics, water is having these properties. What is the answer here? So A. Go ahead. Answer the sixth question. Okay. Tell me what is answer? C. 1 and 3 only. Plant cells, which of the following statement are correct regarding the general difference between plant and animal cells? First option, plant cells have cellulose cell walls whilst animal cells do not. Is it correct? Very much correct. This is like basic characteristic study from lower class. So plant cells have very thick cell wall, animal cells are very fragile. Plant cells do not have plasma membrane unlike animal cells do. And what is this plasma membrane? Plasma membrane cells itself will have different mitochondria, cytoplasm, different parts. So there will be some good separation between these parts. So plants are having cell wall, so it can have this also. More probability plants have this also. Here what is written, plants do not have plasma membrane. So if you look at like logical connection, there is high chance this can go wrong, even if you don't know exactly what is plasma membrane. Come to third question. Mature plant cells have one vacuole whilst animal cells have many vacuoles. What is vacuole? No. Oh, will be like vacuum area in the middle of the cell or in the side of the cell. For plant cell, it will be having one big thing. While animal cell, you cannot find it. You can find small vacuoles like this. Purpose of this is like put the waste and get the exchange of gases. So here you can see the diagram. This is a plant cell and this is an animal cell. In plant cell, what you can see, there is a big gap in this middle side. This is that vacuole. Plant cell, there will be distributed vacuoles, and cell wall and all you can recognize. So these are some of the other differences between plant cell and animal cell. Plant cells are much larger compared to animal cells. Cell wall is present in plasma membrane. We already discussed there is very thick cell wall for plant cells. There is a membrane plasmodesmata. What is it? This is only present in plant cells. What is it? It is it. Suppose there are two cells. Two different cells are there, plant cells. There will be an interconnecting link between these two cells. And there will be exchange of minerals or molecules through this interconnecting link. So this link is called plasmodesmata. And this is present only in plant cell and not in animal cells. What else? Chloroplast is present. What is chloroplast? Chlorophyll, what the enzyme that carries the chlorophyll. What is the purpose of this? Photosynthesis, to carry out photosynthesis. This will be only there in plant cells because animal plants doesn't have photosynthesis. Vacuole we already discussed. There will be one large vacuole in plant cells. There will be multiple small vacuoles in animal cells. Tonoplast present around the vacuole. What is tonoplast? That is also like a protective layer around this vacuole. That is all associated with plant cell only. Centroid except. What is centroids? How to check it out. Nucleate present at the periphery of the cell. Nucleus means? Nucleus, that is mitochondria is the power center of the cell. Nucleus is the area where this genetic material, DNA, RNA, all these compounds will be kept at the nucleus of the cell. So in the plant cell, nucleus will be at any corner or any side of it. In animal cell, it is more like a centralized. It will be at the center of it. Rest you can read out. So much technical is not required, but the basic difference, at least 4 or 5 difference, you should have a common idea of. Okay. Note down when we go ahead. What is lysosome? Lysosomes are very rare in plant cells. Lysosomes are present in animal cell. What is lysosome? They are very powerful enzymes that can break down the cell into enzymes or constituent particles. Enzymes which have capacity to break down the cell itself or some part of the cell, that kind of enzymes is called lysosomes. That is only in characteristics of animal cell. Go ahead. Answer the 7th question. This should be easy question. Take time and get the answer. Okay. Okay, what is answer? C. So, if a major solar storm, solar flare reaches the earth, which of the following are possible effects on the earth? What is solar flare? Intense release of electromagnetic particles. There will be not just electromagnetics, there will be some part of plasma also. And what is plasma? What does it constitute? Ions basically. So charged particles that is present in the sun, that will be released out into the outer space at a very huge quantity. Such phenomenon we call it as solar storm or solar flare. Now what will happen if it reaches Earth? What does Earth have? What is protecting Earth from these kind of solar flares? It is not ionosphere. What is protecting Earth from this solar flare or solar plasma that is released from the sun? Good, good, good. We already told it is our plasma is the basic material. Plasma means all the particles that is released is charged particles, positive, negative charged particles. Now what Earth has is, Earth has a very strong magnetic field around it. Now when Earth is having a magnetic field means, when some solar flare is coming like this, when it encounters this Earth's magnetic field, it gets deflected. Most of the things get deflected and will not reach the Earth's surface. Now, where ionosphere come into picture? No, this solar flare is coming due to Earth's magnetic field. It get deflected into either directions. Now, deflected means it will deflected from Earth. Some of this will pass through this ionosphere layer in the atmosphere. And what is the ionosphere made of? That also contains ions. This plasma is also having ions. These two ions will collide, and what will happen if charge collision, something like that is happening? There will be release of electromagnetic energy, and this electromagnetic energy we see as auroras. Where are these observed? Only in higher latitudes. So this is solar flare basic funda. Now come back to the question. What is coming is charged particles. When charged particles is coming, anything that is having electromagnetic, using electromagnetic system or anything related to charge, electricity, all this will be impacted. First one, GPS and navigation system. There is satellites, even the recent satellite, James Webb satellite. Not satellite, it is a telescope. It is successor of Hubble telescope. Now when this was launched, there was a solar flare in that month, and that solar flare destroyed some mirrors of this James Webb telescope. Then it took some time to repair it or send some other repairing missions to it. So solar flare destroys or can have potential to destroy satellites. When it is destroying satellites means GPS can be, navigation can be affected. This should be 100% correct. Tsunamis could occur at equatorial regions. So very extreme statement. How could tsunami happen? Some landslide, some earthquake, some movement of earth should be there. At least even you have to relate it with some celestial body, some meteors or something like that is falling into earth, some comet, something falling into earth. At that case, you can relate with tsunami. But solar flares are not something having huge mass. Solar flares are plasma ion materials, and that is also deflected by this magnetic field of earth. So no way it is going to have a direct impact on anything on earth. So there is no much enough power to create tsunami. Second option you can eliminate. Power grids could be damaged. There is electricity system that can have communication, like how satellite is impacted. This may be impacted if it reaches earth. Intense aurora could occur over much of the earth. It is much of the earth, so I am taking it as correct. If it is all around the earth, it is very difficult. In polar regions, we will never find auroras. It's only happening in the higher latitude areas. Forest fires could take place over much of the planet. How you can connect forest fire to these auroras or forest fire to the solar flare? Even though ions are coming, these are highly charged particles, this will not come hit anywhere and create fire. That much capacity or energy is not there due to deflection and all this. You cannot associate this with solar forest fires. Fifth option is gone. Orbits of satellites could be disturbed, may be disturbed. Satellites are impacted, energy systems are impacted, solar panels may be impacted. The satellite's path can be shortwave radio communication system, aircraft, all these are having similar line of thought. Anything associated with charge, satellite communication, all these applications will be impacted. So what is our answer here? Two extreme statements are there, tsunami and forest fire. Only mistake that you're going to commit in this question is overthinking. You will think solar flare is something, and somewhere you connect it with forest fire or tsunami. Don't do that much overthinking. Only direct implication you have to take. Solar flare basic funda you should know. This is happening, this is coming. Direct implication mein ye nahi hai, so I will cut it off. Don't give into a novelistic thinking and build some connection and make tsunamis also possible. Don't do that. Otherwise, this is a fundamental easy question, you can answer it. Answer is C here. Now, yeah, these are some examples. All these systems will be affected. Avionics system of aircraft, GPS, power systems. Then this is auroras. You can see bright colors in night sky in higher latitudes. This is all same concept what you have discussed right now. Nothing new there. There is, yeah. Answer the 8th question now. Very easy question. I don't think find any difficulty here. Okay. What is answer? Anyone has any other opinion? For the measurement or estimation of which of the following are satellite images or remote sensing data used? What is remote sensing means? We have seen these remote sensing satellites. What is technically, what does it means? We are collecting communication. Radio signals from. Thing is, we are observing, suppose this is a table, I need to observe this table. Observe this table without touching. Whatever I am observing, that comes under remote sensing. If it is a satellite, satellite is going up and observing the earth. Maybe it is observing the climate. Maybe it is observing the landscape. Maybe it is observing intrusion. All these come under applications of remote sensing. So the first one is chlorophyll content in the vegetation of a specific location. What all you can relate with this? We have this Indian Forest Survey report. How it is reproduced? Government is not going and checking each and every forest. It is produced, India is having 24% thick forest, India is having 16% very dense, less dense forest. All this data, how it is generated? It is all from satellite data. Satellite data means chlorophyll content, how is the greenery, how is the, all this will be evaluated under this. And there is a Chaman scheme. What is Chaman scheme? Scheme supported by ISRO itself. What it is doing? It is finding potential agro areas for cultivation of specific crops using the satellite data. In all these applications, what it is doing it? Satellite is observing for chlorophyll or observing what is the color of the plants, then reaching a conclusion. First statement 100% correct. Greenhouse gas emissions from rice paddies of a specific location. Now tell me what you can relate with this. How you can think that this is a right option or wrong option. Ammonia, sulfur, so many things are given out. CH4, methane is the highest. We have this Paris Agreement. Paris Agreement mein what happened? There is INDC targets. Every country is coming with very dreams targets. Then after Paris Agreement, we have other, what is the next developments that were happening? Are you following? Not the recent ones. Till Glasgow, what was the discussion going on? Setting of rule book, exactly. And what is rule book? Rule book means countries are setting this INDC very ambitious targets. Then what is the monitoring system? What is the system to check if this country is reaching these targets or not reaching the targets, going to reach or not going to reach? So we need some kind of a standard called rule book. Now under this rule book provisions, how we are calculating how much is emissions from this country, how much is emissions from this country. That is also done through satellites. So more you might have heard this if you are going through newspapers. Emissions can also be calculated using the satellite data. Now here the greenhouse gas emission from paddy fields, that is all very common things. You can associate with this. This is also very much correct option. Surface temperatures of a specific location. I don't think this need any explanation. Surface temperature, sea temperature, these are all geographical satellites. They are sent for this purpose, for tracking anything, cyclones, be it cyclones or be it dust storm or heat wave, anything, everything is predicted using this. So all these are correct. Very similar, this is asked in 2019. A very similar question is asked in 2015 also. Some of the themes are also getting repeated. I will come across the question in later part of this lecture. Go ahead. So like one more thing I need to add here is, we told that, don't look there. We told that remote sensing means without going and touching it, we are observing it. Now how we will observe it? There is two different ways or two different technologies in news you should be aware of. One is LIDAR. Now you can look. LIDAR, what is LIDAR? What is the technology or what is the idea of LIDAR? What is radar then? LIDAR stands for light detection and ranging. And what is radar system? Radio waves are sent here. Now laser light is used, near visible light transmission light is used. What is the advantage of this? It is having higher frequency, so more data transmission can happen. Higher speed, higher range of data transmission can happen. Now if light is used, visible light is used or laser is used, whatever you keep in between, it will be obstructed. If radio waves is there, Wi-Fi signal is transmitted through radio waves. It is in the router will be in some other room, you are sitting here, you are still enjoying the signal. But in this case, there should be a direct line of communication, then only it is applicable. So is it advantage or disadvantage? It is a disadvantage in some cases where you have some obstacles coming in between. Like in, suppose you are using a weather monitoring, you are employing lidar. Then if something rain comes or some cloud comes or weather obstacles come, then this data collection will be obstructed. That case it is disadvantage. But it is advantage is that it makes this system very much proof from leaking the data. It's very low chance somebody who unanticipated or a hacker, somebody others can come into lidar system and steal your data without your knowledge. That possibility is completely very less. Now majorly it is used in 3D mapping exercises. We have a scheme called Swamitwa scheme. What is Swamitwa scheme? Ministry of Panchayati Raj it is. Now what does it does? Land ownership, some card will be given. That card is not important. What is important is proper survey of throughout the land will be done, and based on that survey a digital database will be created, then this card will be generated. So for doing that survey, drones are employed, and with drones lidar technology is also part of it. You can get more very accurate 3D data of this landscape and all. Lower wavelength is there, so very small particles can also be observed using the lidar technology. Performance generated with bad weather. Bad weather is there, lidar application highly reduces. While if you look at the radar system, radar has no such weather implications. Cloudy, raining, all the system radar will function. But lidar has a limited applications in this. Okay, go ahead. Answer the 9th question.
But these sort of question 8, they are very much of application in this.
Which question?
Last.
Very much. But question was quite easy. It's not that difficult. Tsunami and forest fire is written.
I'm not talking about that one, chlorophyll, greenhouse gas.
That question. Okay. Second question.
Right, because earlier did not used to work in so much fast, could not change to so much deep.
Questions are not tough. Mostly what happens is exam pressure. That system can, you might, how you're thinking in this open system, you don't have any worry. Mind will work with free. So don't get too much pressurized during that time. Otherwise, whatever you learn here should be able to apply. And direct question, don't expect direct questions will come. You will have to extrapolate, you have to think on it and find the answers. That has become a standard process. Yeah, go through this. This is 2019 question. It's okay if you are not able to recollect the exact data or exact current affairs. Okay. Tell me what is answer? P. What is answer? I don't know. Then guess karo. Give me one answer. Going with this. Recently, scientists observed a merger of giant black holes billions of light years away from the Earth. What is the significance of this observation? So, what is black hole? Let's go back. Is celestial bodies, even light cannot escape. You want to add something to it? What is black hole? I got the argument. You're saying black holes are celestial bodies that having even light cannot escape from them. Why the light cannot escape from them?
Very constricted mass, very high density.
Okay, we told there are only 4 fundamental forces in the nature. What are these forces?
First is strong nuclear force,
Strong nuclear, weak nuclear, electromagnetic, gravitational force. Which force is making this light? You told light is also not passing out of this black hole. Which force is making the light, even light not pass out of this black hole? Which force? 100% sure. Not weak or strong nuclear force.
no, not at all, because even photons have mass.
Black holes are exactly same things. Celestial bodies or materials or systems where gravitational force is such big that even light particles cannot pass out of this. These systems are called black holes. How these black holes are generated?
Force, even sun will become a black hole. They will destroy entire their.
One way of making a black hole is stars, when they complete their life cycle, their fuel is finished, they collapse into a very small volume. That means this whole volume of star we see today, that will be collapsed into a single point. Now, if a single point material means density is, what is density? Mass by volume. If volume is approaching 0, density is approaching infinity. So you have a system where density is infinite, and if density is infinite, what happens to this space-time fabric? Like, according to Einstein concept, every celestial body is creating some kind of disturbance or some kind of curvature in the space-time fabric. If sun is there, it will be creating a big curve like this. If earth is there, it is creating a smaller curve. Now, if a black hole comes, it will create something like very massive curve. Now, it is when a light enters this range, if light enters here, then it cannot escape. There is a range to it. If light goes through this, it will get impacted, but it may circulate around this black hole, but it may not fall into it. So, this range is called event horizon. And what is the state of matter at the core of this black hole? We told that the whole mass will be concentrated into a single point. What is the state of matter at that point? That is still not, we are not sure what state of matter is there. Is there some new form of force is there working out, or new form of energy is working out? We are not 100% sure. This point we call it as singularity. So, when now come to, these are some diagrammatic representation. This was what we call as event horizon. Singularity, that is inside this black hole, what is the state of affairs. There are some other terms also, acceleration disk, that is at beyond singularity. If you are coming in that rest, you will feel that extreme force. Rest you can go through it. Now, what is gravitational wave? Tell me, what is gravitational wave?
When two very high mass carrying particles, they come in contact. Actually, they don't come in contact. Under the influence of each other gravity, they start to revolve around each other. After certain time, they merge. Because of that merger, in space-time fabric, a large amount of that variation is generated. That is called gravitational.
Some very high intense event happen. 3 events can produce, either there is some collision of black holes, collision of galaxies, collision of very big system. If something that like that of that intensity is happening, it can produce gravitational waves. Or if a celestial system, we are seeing that every galaxies are accelerating, or every galaxies are going further, expanding. Now, if these galaxies started to accelerate at a very high pace, beyond this normal pace, some celestial bodies, think of a sun. Sun is sitting there, now it started accelerating at a very high pace. So this will create some inertia and this will also lead to gravitational force. The same comes with deceleration also. There is a sudden change in speed of two celestial bodies that can lead to gravitational waves. Now what exactly is gravitational waves? We told that some space-time fabric is there. Suppose this is our space-time fabric. Now some event happened here, black hole collision or some event happened, then there will be ripples formed across this fabric, and these ripples will, like from this point, it will, like earthquake waves, it will go in all directions. At what speed this will be going? Speed of light. It will going at electromagnetic waves speed. At speed of light, these ripples will go in all directions. Now this phenomenon, these waves are what we call as gravitational waves. These are extremely difficult to observe. Why? Why? Like this was theoretically predicted from general theory of Albert Einstein's general theory of relativity, but it was observed in 2015. When general theory of relativity came? In 1916, somewhere like that, 1910s. It took 100 years for science to even verify or observe a very famous theory propounded by Albert Einstein. Why there is such difficult to observe? How we are observing celestial bodies? When they interact with light or some part of electromagnetic spectrum, either it can be gamma rays or UV rays, X rays. If anything, something is happening related to electromagnetic spectrum, we will observe it. We have telescope, we have systems to observe it. Gravitational force or gravitational waves, that is happening in this time-space fabric only. That means what changes is happening is not at electromagnetic level. Change is happening, the length, if this is the pen, a gravitational wave passed through this, its length may be elongated by 0.1 centimeter, small elongation will be there. The space itself is the material, and we don't have, so till now we don't have that much system till this year to exactly observe this. So that way it took all these years to observe, and now we have observed it. What this observatory is called? Basically laser interferometer, gravitational technology, whatever it is, LIGO observatories are called. Even India is also building some LIGO observatories recently. Yes, we will have some figure, I guess. So this is some black holes are rotating and they join together. Then these waves, you will see some waves after this joining together. That waves will throughout spread in the universe in the form of gravitational waves. It is observed to be, it is at what distance? Billions of light years away. How much is this lifetime of Earth? 4.6 billion, something like that. So this may be happened before even Earth was formed. Until today we are observing it. What is the farthest galaxy which we observe? How far it is? It is 13.6 billion light years away. That is 3 times the age of Earth. The light started from there. That galaxy till now we are observing. Go ahead. Nothing much. Whatever theoretical we discovered. So this is the LIGO observatory, LIGO experimental system which we are speaking about. It contains at 90° 2 limbs of this. Inside this there will be laser, and very small minute change in this length or space variations it can observe. So using this they observed it, and whatever they have found that gravitational waves is not a theoretical abstract. There is something like that is happening. There was some criticism against all this reporting also. Criticism was what they observed was not really gravitational wave. They are just noises coming from somewhere. They are not gravitational waves. But that was somewhere rejected. More profound opinion is there is gravitational waves itself, and these projects are being expanded to different parts of the world after that. Go ahead. These details you can read or go through. Yes, yes, yes. That's why this argument was declined. Go ahead. Answer the 10th question. This is what we exactly discussed right now. What is answer? A. This is, I don't think we need any further explanation. Exactly what we discussed, that is right, the question. It came in 2017. Go ahead. Answer the 11th question. It's also very easy question. Ten A, yeah. Correct answer, Sarita. Answer the 11th question. Where it went? Okay, okay. Okay. What is answer? The term Goldilocks zone is often seen in the news in the context of limits of habitable zone above the surface of Earth. Who is saying A? What is your answer? Regions inside Earth where shale gas is available. Very exotic. Search for meteorites containing precious metals. Limits of habitable zone above surface of Earth. What is Goldilocks zone exactly? If there is a sun, some planets like Mercury is very close. If some planet is very close, what will happen? If water is there, water will not be water, it will be only vapor. It will only exist in vapor form. Now if some Neptune is there, what will happen if water is there in Neptune? It cannot be in water form, it can only be in frozen form, ice form of very high, very low temperatures. Very low temperatures. Here it will be very high temperatures. So between these two temperature ranges, there is a range where water can exist as in liquid form. H2O can exist as liquid form. So far we only know about life is dependent on water. We only know about life that is integrally connected with water. So it is only in this range, some range between these, where water can exist in liquid range. This range what we called as Goldilocks zone. And what is speciality of this zone? This is also called habitable zone. Habitable zone means this is a zone where you can probably find life. Now tell me, what are the factors which affect this Goldilocks zone? Whether it will be here or it will be here or it will be very close to the satellite sun. What factors this will be affected? What are the factors which affect this Goldilocks zone? Tell me.
Temperature created by sun. That is one of the subclasses. More solar flare.
Actually, you cannot describe this Goldilocks zone in terms of kilometers. It will be one for our sun, some other planet, some other star is there. Goldilocks zone will be totally different. Why? Because how sun is, what is the size of the sun? What is the temperature of this sun? Solar flare, what is it? What is the rate? Some stars are so much emitting solar flare, like usual process. So what the properties of this sun or the star has direct consequence on where this Goldilocks zone is there. All these satellites which are observing what? Observing alien lives or observing new planets, they will be keeping their observation in this range. This is the most probable range where you can find new life forms or new alien life or whatever. So the answer here is Goldilocks zone is associated with search for Earth-like planets in outer space. It is not something above the surface of the Earth. It is habitable zone, but it is not above surface of the Earth.
That means we cannot quantify the factor.
Yeah, you cannot exactly say this kilometer to this kilometer is Goldilocks zone. You cannot say that because properties of the sun is the major deciding criteria. This is nothing is the definition is written. Answer the 12th question. Yeah, 11C is correct, Sarita. This is another remote sensing, very similar question. Tell me what is answer? क्या answer है? C. What is your answer? A. In which of the following activities Indian remote sensing satellites are being used? Very same question, very direct question. Whatever is asked is asked. Assessment of crop should be there. We already discussed all part of it. Locating groundwater resources. How you can connect with this? Tell me. What remote sensing we look at? Remote sensing means not just photography. It can map the topography. Topography means how you are mapping river valleys. Waterfall at there is a point in, heard of it? There are some points you visit some areas, you will see that there will be some mountain ranges like this and you visit top. They say that the waterfall here will go to Kaveri and go to Arabian Sea. Water will fall here, will due to the other river system and go into Bay of Bengal. It is like that separated. So how you are getting these data and all valleys data, all these are coming from some kind of remote sensing, some kind of imaging that is being done. So you can exactly connect it with groundwater also, groundwater resources, mineral exploration. We have recently used this for lithium exploration. Whatever we told about this groundwater is equally applicable to minerals also. Minerals are not randomly present. There will be some sedimentary deposits there. There will be some other deposits associated with this. So this can be tracked with remote sensing. Telecommunications. What telecommunication does here? Where this remote sensing satellite will be? It should be at low Earth orbit. What your objective is to take picture of the Earth. If you place it too high, it will become too difficult. So it will be at low Earth orbit. Now, where the most of the telecommunication satellites are? 36,000 kilometers, geostationary, geosynchronous, all these satellites, about 35,000 kilometer high. At these heights, we are not using remote sensing technology, we are using some other communication technology. So in direct connection, there is no connection between telecommunication and geosensing satellites. And traffic studies, you can extrapolate it, but according to UPSC, traffic studies are also not part of it. They are associating traffic studies with communication satellite. How traffic studies will done? Like how Google Map will say that this is high traffic time in this area. How they are telling you this? If you look at the map, some area will be red, then some will be non-red. How this is identified? This is high traffic zone. They are using more number of users and the speed at which these users are going. So this is using GPS technology. GPS technology is not a remote sensing technology, that is having communication system. So like that, they are integrating it with telecommunication system. So here answer is A, 1, 2 and 3. Okay. Go ahead. Answer the 13th question. Okay. What is answer? Who is telling D? What is other answer? Tell me, jaldi. D. You're copying his answer or finding your answer? B or D? Okay. What is light year? Distance traveled by light in 1 year. Why we are using light? Light of speed of light is taken as constant. What is speed of light? 3 lakh kilometer per second. So this speed is taken to be a universal constant depending on whatever it is. So if this speed is into 60 into 24 into 365, whatever you get, that is the distance light traveled by 1 year. The exact reason is because this is something that is non-changing. This remains a constant depending on whatever it is. Based on that, we calculate this. Gravity of stellar bodies does not change. What does that mean? It can change. We told that black holes are coming together. If something is collapsing, it will change. Light always travel in straight line. Is it visible? There is a phenomenon called as gravitational lensing. What does gravitational lensing means? Some XYZ galaxy is there. This is our Earth. We are observing it. There is obstacle, so much galaxies in between. Technically, we should not be able to see this. Suppose dark matter is here. Technically, we will not be able to see this. But what happen is light will come like this due to the gravitational effect of this. It will get bent and we will see like this. So we are able to examine or observe galaxies that is now beyond the visible straight line. So this indicates that light at certain circumstances can bend. So it's D is the correct answer. Go ahead. What is? Where is it? String theory. It is very difficult to explain now. We'll discuss it later. These are some numbers. If you are interested, you can go through it. 8.3 minutes it takes light from sun to reach Earth. Now next one is, our nearest star is Proxima Centauri. It is around 4 light years away from Earth, 4.3 light years away. Now the North Star, which we see in this navigation, which help people in navigation, that is around 320 light years away. What is this? We are 26,000 light years away from the center of Milky Way. That is our own galaxies. 2.5 million light years away from Andromeda, our closest neighboring galaxy. And the farthest observing galaxy is 13.4 billion years. In exam, these numbers will not come. This is only for if your curiosity or interest it is provided. Go ahead. Answer the 14th question. Okay. Different as well. And okay, गलत होगा नहीं तो इधर से पढ़ो. What is the answer? B. What are you saying? A. Let's see. With reference to India's satellite launch vehicles, consider the following statements. Okay. PSLVs launched the satellite useful for Earth resource monitoring, whereas GSLVs are designed mainly to launch communication satellites. How you are saying it is not correct? And how B is coming? PSLV means polar satellite, means idea is what? Or these remote sensing satellites are polar satellites. They are sent into low Earth orbit. In one day itself, there will 10 to 12 rotations they make around Earth itself in one day. Such kind of are polar satellites that is mainly launched by PSLVs. GSLV means like satellites geosynchronous or geostationary satellites, which will be stationary at some point in the sky. That will come at around 36,000 XYZ. Definition of this should be correct. If I eliminate this option, B and D I already eliminate with this. Satellite launched by PSLV appear to remain permanently fixed in the same position in the sky as viewed from a particular location in the Earth. This is not PSLV, it is more connected with GSLV. So second option is wrong. I'll eliminate this also. What is third? GSLV Mark III. Name is recently changed, right? Some development is there. It's a 4-staged vehicle with first and third stage using solid rocket motors and second and fourth stage using liquid rocket engines. Suppose you don't know nothing, what you will go? Suppose there is one option, 1 and 3 is there, 1 only is there. Which one you select? You have this statement here. 1 is correct, you know that. And you have this statement. GSLV is having 4-staged engine with first and third stage solid rockets and second and fourth stage liquid rockets. What you will do? Tell me. One thing, this is highly factual. Something UPSC is putting this much factual data, there is high chance this is wrong. This is actually specification of PSLV. They have taken the specification of PSLV and put it as GSLV Mach 3. And this was also more important because at that time the testing of this GSLV MK3 that was happening. So this was in news and you should be more aware of it than you are aware this time. So this is wrong statement. Most probable situations, even a very factual statement like this is there, high chance it is going to be wrong. If you want to guess you are going to answer, then take it as a wrong and give the answers. And there is some question you will find that there will be 2-3 statements with very much of fact feeded 2-3 statements. In that kind of question, don't think every fact will be wrong. Usual tendency is at least one of those facts will be like very peculiar like this. One of those facts will be correct. Other facts will be wrong. Maybe we'll encounter such question like this. So have this mindset when you going for the exam. Don't try to apply this in our prelims test series and all. It may not work and you will get misdirected. But usually exams, this is to some level applicable. When you are going before the exam, main exam, you should have all these concepts in mind. Go ahead. So PSLV, GSLV, there is very less chance a question will come. Still, if you want to look at this, you can have a look. What are the specifications of this? It is 4-staged with first and third stage using solid propulsion and second and fourth liquid propulsion. So this is PSLV specification is put there as GSLV MK3. Now why we are using this solid propulsion?
During launch we need stability.
More than stability, you can generate more thrust in less time with solid propulsion. So a high amount of thrust is required at the starting stage. So mostly the starting stage of vehicles or launch vehicles will be solid propulsion systems. Now what is more important for this year exam will be SSLV. What is SSLV? You might have discussed this in our current affairs class. What is SSLV?
Very low cost.
What is the trend we see in the space sector now? Commercialization, privatization, private sectors are being encouraged. What is consequence of this? The demand for number of launches is going to be like multiplied many times within few years. Now if you want only have 2 systems, GSLV and PSLV system you have, and that also you have a supply chain that is highly stringent. There is no way you can increase this supply chain at a very higher pace. Turnaround time is significant. So you need a more new system where you have a demand for a launch, then you start building this launch vehicle, and in a small amount of time you can produce this. So that is objective is meant by small satellite launch vehicle. And recently 2 weeks, February 8th and all, there was a launch by SSLV. First launch of SSLV vehicle was happened in August 2022. It was success or failure? First launch of SSLV happened in August 2022. That first experiment or launch of this SSLV, first launch was total failure. It cannot put the satellites in orbit. Now the second launch happened in this February 8 or February 9 on these dates. And the second launch was successful. We have successfully put 3 satellites in this orbit. So launch on demand, lower cost per kg, reduced turnaround time. These are basic objectives of SSLV. It will mostly send into low Earth orbit only, and capacity will be very low capacity of 300 kg and all. Here you can see number of stages. It is having 3 stages SSLV. What is more important? This solid propulsion, that data is not given, right? Anywhere else it is given? I think it is all solid propulsion system. You have to confirm this anyway.
Private sector has participated.
Yes, development of this. It is for them this is developed. In future they will be having more systems. Go ahead. Answer the 15 question. Okay. SSLV is having 3-stage solid propulsion. The last question, if you are noting down, SSLV is having 3-stage solid propulsion. So what is the answer of this question? With reference to Astrosat, this is not that much relevant here because it was sent in 2000, which year? 15. In prelims it came in 2016. This satellite was, or observatory was sent in 2015. So that it was very much in use, that's why it came into picture. But so much logic is applicable here, that's why we put this question. What is the first option? Even if I'm assuming that I don't know nothing about Astrosat, it is only Indian observatory, that much I know. Still I can answer this question. Other than USA and Russia, India is the only country, USA and Russia have launched an observatory into space. If you just read through newspapers that is coming nowadays, any military technology, any space technology, China will have launched it. There is only very minimal number of technologies which China does not have mastered. Chandrayaan 2, what was our objective of Chandrayaan 2? Lander, soft landing into the moon. China at that time was landing something in the opposite side of the moon. So China is having very advanced systems in space military also. So this statement is very unlikely to be correct, even if I don't know exactly. Astrosat is a 2000 kg satellite placed in an orbit of 1650 km above the surface of the earth. Now what you can observe here is this is also very factual. I have more mental aptitude to take this as wrong. Now if there any other logic that comes to your mind, tell me. See, this is an observatory. Why we are putting observatories in space? This is a space observatory. Space observatory means it is a telescope. We are observing some other star events in the sky, other galaxies, other stars, and these things are being observed. Why we are putting it there into this above Earth? Mostly to avoid the distractions of atmosphere. There will be very clear view, there will not be any scattering in the atmosphere, and you have consistent view of whatever XYZ. Rotation is also counted to. So what is the objective of going this much of kilometer? How much is atmosphere interfering? Maximum 90-80 km. That also if you go beyond 20 km, the density is very less. Interference will be very less. So you can easily meet this objective by sending it into low Earth orbit. There is no need for sending into 1650. And other than that, this 1650 is an exotic number. Most of the satellites are either sent in 300 to 400 range, that is low Earth orbit. Then if not here, then 35,000 orbit it may be sent. So this kind of logic you can apply in this question. Otherwise, this is a that year current affairs question, no much relevance today. And what is this astrosat? Speciality of this astrosat? Multi-wavelength observatory. That's a very great achievement which India made. Multi-wavelength means it can observe X-rays, it can observe different ways, UV rays, ultraviolet imaging telescope, different waves telescope are attached to it, and this operate together. We are not going much details into astrosat. Go ahead. So yeah, what is this? Aditya L1 mission. That is another observatory that is India going to launch. Let's have some peripheral look at why this is launched. What is the objective of this? Like Aditya L1, you will not, most probably you will not get any question right now. But in this astrosat, Aditya L1 is a upcoming project, so there can be a question on that. What is the objective of this Aditya L1 mission? To observe sun. Sun observation is the India's first sun observation, completely dedicated summer observation observatory it is. Where it is being sent? PSLV launch vehicle is used here. Where it is being sent? What is this L1, L2, L3, L4? They are called Lagrange points. Lagrange points. What is speciality of these points? If two celestial system, if you take sun and earth, across two celestial system, there will be 5 different points in the space. And what is speciality of this point? If you put a substance here or a satellite here, there will be pull here, there will be pull here, your argument is correct, net gravitational force is 0. But if you put at any other point, it is not the net gravitational force 0, it is net gravitational force will be equal to centripetal force. Centripetal force, why we want? To keep the satellite in exactly this position, because Earth will be rotating, Earth will be changing its position. With relative to changing position, satellite will also have to change the position. Now, if this gravitational force is net gravitational force is equal to centripetal force, you don't need to give any other energy to the satellite, just keep it there, it will come along with Earth. So your fuel consumption or fuel efficiency will be very high. Now most of the satellites are dying out by completion of fuel. Even though solar panels is there, there will be battery systems in there. There will be some other fuel, hydrogen, some that, like that fuel will also be carried by satellite. Mostly this fuel complete and this satellite run off. So lifetime of this can be much higher. What is the next advantage? Other advantage of this? There is no obstruction. If you are keeping something like this around Earth, it will come here, then you cannot view the sun. If it is here at this point, if at low Earth orbit you are launching something, there will be some obstruction at some points. But at Lagrange point means if you are observing sun 24/7, you are observing sun. Nothing is not at no time you are away from your looks. Go ahead. So I told that the objective is to observe sun. What exactly in sun this satellite is going to observe? Sun has some peculiar phenomena. We have photosphere. What is photosphere? When we look at the sun, we see a circle. That circle is photosphere. And that surface of this sun is very low temperature. Only 5500 degrees Celsius. This is the temperature inside the earth also. Very similar temperatures. Now what you expect is that going away from the sun, the temperature should fall. But that is extremely opposite that is happening. In chromosphere, the temperature increases to around 10,000 degrees Celsius. If not so, you are okay with this. There is much outer region around the sun that is called corona, where temperature go up to 2 lakh degrees Celsius. That is very substantial change. Some totally new or some totally unknown mechanism may be governing this phenomenon. So study of this is one of the objective of Aditya L1 mission. Another objective is study of the solar flares, solar coronal ejections, which we discussed earlier. Then sun has a core, there is a radiation zone, convective zone and all. You can go through the details. Go ahead. Answer the 16 question first. Are we going too slow today? Or we started late?
Lot of explanation is coming.
चलो 16 question answer करो. हो गया? What is the answer? C. Your answer is A. Question number 16. Okay, consider the following statement. The Mangalyaan launched by ISRO. This is also a very previous question. You will not get question on Mangalyaan, so don't too much focus on that. It is also called Mars Orbiter mission. Very easy. Should be right. I can eliminate option B. Whatever I mark, I will not mark this. Made India the second country to have a spacecraft orbit the Mars after USA. Okay, let's keep it on hold. Made India the only country to be successful in making its spacecraft orbit the Mars in its very first attempt. Which statement, if I need to pick one statement as correct, which one I should pick? India is not the second country. Japan has sent Mars missions. Russia has, ESA may have. Japan to send किया है पहले, and Japan has failed also. So more probable option is this is wrong, this is right. Even if I don't know much exact data regarding this, India's second, if India's fourth country it is written, then I may be more confused, because it is a possibility. Russia will be there and some other country might have launched. But second country means that very less probability is there. And first attempt, that time it was in news, that's why. So what mission you need to learn very clearly for this year? MOM3 is there, but more in news mission is Gaganyaan mission. Go and read ISRO website, whatever you can read on Gaganyaan mission. If a question comes from there, you should have able to get this right. Even if a very factual question comes, because that's very much anticipatable program. Go ahead. So this is some details on this Gaganyaan mission. What the objective of this mission is? It's a demonstrator mission. Go to low Earth orbit with 2 to 3 astronauts, spend 3 to 5 days there. After that, bring them back safely. In meantime, there will be some anti-gravity experiments, some space observatory experiments also. So this is the basic picture. So this launch, India will be fourth nation to launch a manned spacecraft mission after US, Russia and China. So already 3 nations have this XYZ capability. GSLV Mk3 will be the rocket used. What else is important? Cryogenic, at a higher cryogenic propulsion stage is also used. Yes, higher topmost stage. So go and learn about cryogenic technology. Gaganyaan mission, whatever given here is not enough. You have to go there and read more about it, because these are topics which we anticipate. These are only the peripheral data we are discussing here. Go ahead. We have answer for this also there. Answer the 17th question. Okay. Tell me what is answer. नहीं आता है. B, very much easy question. We discussed about LIGO. Laser interferometer, this technology is somewhere related to gravitational waves, so you can connect with this. There is one more objective in putting this question. We speak about Gaganyaan. What I told you is go and read everything about Gaganyaan. Sometimes a very factual, very minute fact question can come, then also you should be able to answer it. But when you are studying about some project or some space mission of some other countries, be it USA or European Space Agency, JAXA, or UAE is also having some space programs. If you are studying space missions of other countries, only study the basic peripheral thing about it. Horizontal knowledge is enough in that case. If you are studying about ELISA, only the objective of that is enough. Beyond that, if there is any very special thing like Starlink project, very special things, so many satellites are being, 10,000 satellite to be launched program. So something very special about it, then you read that. Beyond that, horizontal knowledge is only enough. You should limit your study there itself. But if an Indian mission we are studying and we anticipate this mission come in the exam, then invest more time into it. Go ahead. Yeah, answer this. This is also, you cannot answer it. The objective of putting this question is totally different. It is in 2016. So it was in news that time. So that time it was, you will be aware of it. That's what is greased lightning 10, GL10, recently in news. I don't know anything about GL10. How should I approach this question? How you eliminate? If it is ISRO, there is more chance I might have heard it. Or I am confident about my knowledge in ISRO. You are going to give exam, you should be confident in your knowledge in ISRO. ISRO programs, I at least should have read it somewhere roughly. So if I am not connecting it with ISRO, means I can eliminate this. Now we are left with Japan and China and the NASA program. And there is a weird guess work I heard from some videos in YouTube. That's why I put this question. How the guy answered this question is, the name of the vehicle is Greased Lightning. If China is naming a program, they will most probably naming some Chinese name, they will put Taiwan, something like that. But it is not 100%. There are Chinese programs with the English names also. If Japan also, there is high chance Japanese names will be there. Or Japanese. Greased lightning means a totally English word. So if it is a total English, there is more chance it can be a US program. So this was the approach employed by one XYZ people. I'm not recommending this is perfect approach or anything, but this is also one of the approach. If nothing works, you should have at least open mind to think like this also. Beyond that, the knowledge part of this question is not much relevant. Go ahead. So this is that whatever this electric plane tested by NASA. Don't look there. Answer this 19th question. Okay. Tell me what is answer. C. S cube. Any other answer? D. So this is in 2015, very old question. We are not going to learn the objective knowledge in this question. Answer here is D. All the statements are correct. It is world's largest neutrino detector encompassing cubic kilometer of ice. It is in Antarctica, that is south pole of it. It is a powerful dark matter. If neutrino is being studied, why we study neutrino is not to know about neutrino, but to know about everything else in the universe. So black holes are also connected with this. Big Bang and origin of the universe are also connected with these. So observation of neutrino means dark matter will also come part of it. It is buried in deep ice. Why it was conducted in Antarctica? Due to some XYZ reason, there was high concentration of neutrinos were observed in Antarctica. So that is one reason why we put this observatory there. Now they come to the point, there can be a question on neutrinos. We have seen question from gravitational waves, we have seen question from black holes. So neutrinos is something which is not touched by UPSC, and it is always in news also. So you should be aware of basic understanding on what is neutrinos and what exactly is neutrinos.
These are very small mass neutral particles undeflected by electromagnetic field, and it took almost 27 years.
These are subatomic particles like photons. And does it has mass or not? Earlier it was thought it doesn't has mass, it was massless particle. But later it was observed that it does has very small mass and it doesn't interferes with anything. And what is the abundance level of neutrinos in universe? It is everywhere. In every second, trillions of neutrinos are passing through our body. So this is very abundant, but it doesn't interact with, as you told, electric charge or electromagnetic waves, radio waves. So this makes it very difficult to observe. Now, how we are getting information by observing neutrinos? Idea is neutrinos are originated by every fundamental event in the universe. If a black hole is formed, there will be formation of neutrinos. If a big bang is happening, there will be formation of neutrinos. So you are measuring the abundance of it, your properties of it, then you are reaching a conclusion that this observation of universal different phenomena. Now there are different flavors of neutrinos. Like we say that positive charge is there, negative charge is there. Depending on spin or depending on other properties, we have different flavors of neutrino. These are electron neutrino, muon neutrino, tau neutrino, sterile neutrino. Not sterile. sterile neutrino. What kind of question can come from this? If they given only this word, electron, muon, tau, these are associated with what? These are not associated with gravitational waves. You should be able to answer that these are only associated with neutrinos. These are different flavors of neutrinos. This is basic what neutrinos are. They does have some weight, very small, but they does have some weight. Go ahead. So India is also having neutrino observatory also, XYZ. Not spending too much time. We should speak something about dark matter, dark energy. We did this in this current affairs class also. We did. So this will be a little bit repetition, but still very fastly do this. This is also a topic you can anticipate a question because fundamental physics are something which is explored in every year. So what is dark matter, dark energy? We'll come to it. First, look this. Whatever the total mass of material universe we see around, including sun, planets, satellites, all solar bodies, all other galaxies, whole combined, it is only less than 5% of the total weight of the universe. Around 27% of the universe is dark matter and 68% of the universe is dark energy. Now understand the fundamentals only of this. Beyond that you will read on your own. How you find to conclusion that there should be some dark matter? We'll start with dark energy. How you come to the conclusion that there should be some dark energy? No, our presumption is at some point 1 to 15 billion years and ago there happened some Big Bang. Big Bang means there is sudden release of energy and all these galaxies, all systems got energy and they are expanding. Now if you look at their expansion, over the period of time the rate of expansion should fall because some energy dissipation will be there, some other rotation will be happening. So the rate of expansion over the billion years it should slow down. And it was observed till some point the rate of expansion was slowing. Now after a specific point or after a specific year, the galaxies throughout the world started accelerating outward at a much faster pace. You don't anticipate it accelerate like this, but these galaxies are like pulling apart at a much faster pace than you anticipate with the force it got from Big Bang. So some other force is operating or some other XYZ force is operating on these galaxies. And that energy we call it as dark energy. And somehow they have done the mathematical calculation. It is found to be much higher than what universe we perceive right now. Now how dark matter come into picture? Similar observation was done, studied the gravitational field of different galaxies. If a galaxy is there, this is the mass available. And this is mass interact at a point, this is the rough figure of gravitational force that act at a point. And everywhere in the universe you look, you will get much higher gravitational force. And where this gravitational force is coming? There should be some matter in the universe that is hidden somewhere, that is not interacting with the light. Everything light interacting, we will observe with telescopes. So there will be something which is not interacting with light, but only contributing the gravitational force. There should be some such matters in the universe which is still not identified. That matters we call it as dark matter. These are basic fundamentals of it. Some aspects you can see. Dark matter is dark because it doesn't interact with light. Dark matter is not clouds of normal matter like black color cloud, that is not dark matter. Dark matter is not antimatter. Antimatter is totally different system. Like subatomic particles, it is different. At subatomic level, you define antimatter. Dark matter is only having, it doesn't interact with electromagnetic spectrum, only give gravitational force. And a black hole is also a totally different concept. So if I am framing a question or UPSC question come, there can be some mixing of these. Dark clouds, dark matter and black holes, you will think that's something similar. confusing statement can be made. So this clarity you should have. Rest you can go and read from XYZ places. Go ahead. Answer the 20th question. Here also very much a repeated question. What is answer? Got something?
A or B, sir. Go for B.
B. You? Dear C, the experiment will employ a tray of spacecraft flying in formation of an equilateral triangle, million kilometers, with laser shining between the craft. Can you relate it with something which we discussed? Remember the shape of LIGO? What was LIGO? Laser interferometer. It was having some shape like this, and we were having 4-kilometer LIGOs. Now what we are trying to do is this: if it is in Earth, we have this limitation of 4 kilometer. We are making it in space, so there is no limitation of kilometer. 3 satellites you launch at places, then you conduct the experiment, observe the gravitational waves. So this is laser interference, same experiment we are trying to emulate in the space. The correct answer is evolved LISA program. This is also one previous question we answered. A same conceptual question is repeated after a few years. Go ahead. This is some graphical representation of all this. Answer the 21st question. Very easy question. I don't think. What is the answer?
D.
Who is saying A? The answer is D. LT is commonly LT is 4G. Voltage is commonly marketed as 3G. Voltage is 4G. So this is completely wrong. LT is data only technology, voice is voice only technology. How can it be? VoLTE you are using 4G for data as well as voice. So this is also wrong. This came in 2019. That time VoLTE was coming into picture. What is coming into picture now? 5G has came into picture. So same as what we told for Gaganyaan. If a question come very specific, very minute question come from 5G, you should be answering it in the exam. उस time paper factual आया मुझे नहीं पता. This argument should not be there for topics which we anticipate. If the question came from 4G and 3G, there can be a question on 5G also. Prepare this like in that aspect. Go ahead. So these are some 3G, 4G differences. LTE is 3G and VoLTE is 4G. No need to learn this because this is out of technology. But related to 5G, you should know. You should know exactly what Gbps it is, at what is the advantages, disadvantages, all these aspects of it. So these are some basics of this. Ultra low energy. What is something conceptual? What is the speed limit? 2 to 20 GB per second it can handle. At least 100 plus Mbps user experience it can deliver. Extreme mobility. What is latency? It is this time gap between you request your data and you get that data. That communication, traveling and processing time gap is called latency. With technology advancing, latency will reduce. How? What is one of the approach used by 5G and all to reduce latency? That is there. Then edge computing is also to be used or something a part of 5G. What edge computing does? Cloud computing means, or your processing data or your information will be served at one server or one major server that will be at some part of the world. You will be at totally different part of the world and you are communicating in between. Edge computing means if Delhi is there, Delhi is a major city and there is huge data requirements in Delhi. So all the data requirement of Delhi will be handled in the periphery of the Delhi. You may declare at one city as the cloud city or edge city, and all the requirements of nearby cities will be handled in the nearby regions itself. So this time lag for communication reduces. It will help in better latency. Go ahead. What is one disadvantage of 5G? Advantage we'll have so many. What is disadvantage? Energy requirement is high. Okay. Hacking risk is there. People have to buy new phone. But one major risk is 5G. If there is one tower, 5G can employ more number of connections in that tower. Suppose 4G can have or handle only 10 mobile phones under this tower. 5G may be able to handle 1000 mobile phones under this tower. But 4G may be having a very broad range. Range of 5G towers are very limited. What is consequence of this? If you want to take 5G throughout the country, the current infrastructure will be very inadequate. We'll have to install so much new towers throughout the rural area because the tower density is very less. 4G means it is not that difficult. But making 5G throughout the country means it will be huge upgradation of infrastructure is required. Then this obstruction interference is more in 5G. If wall is there, if other obstructions are there, 4G means least it will be impacted, but 5G the level of interference may be slightly higher. Go ahead. Answer the 22nd question. A very easy question. I don't think anyone will find issue with this. Tell me what is answer? Tell me some examples. Mobile, तो GPS is Google Map everyone use. How you connected with banking operations? GPS in banks, banking operation is such a broad term. You use ATMs. There is ATMs are all having communication system. This communication will all connected to GPS and all these technologies. Power grids, how it connect to GPS? What is one of the major issue power grids in India is facing, or throughout the world one major issue power grids are facing? Renewable energy is coming up. What is issue with renewable energy? It is having high fluctuations. Solar panel you 10,000 megawatt, but night no energy. Wind, you make huge plants, but off season there is no power. So this variation levels of generation, power generation is becoming too high, and we need power system, some kind of adaptable system to manage this variance. So there is so much research going on in this direction. How you connect it with GPS? You can locate, you can give this where power is consumed, where power is required, all this data can be manipulated with GPS systems. Mostly if applications of technology is asked, only take something as no application here, you are very sure about it. Otherwise, if this technology can be applied here, that means go with a open or positive mindset to that applications. Answer the 23rd question. Tell me what is answer. C, both are correct. Very good. Likewise, we told about LiDAR. LiDAR is remote sensing. Li-Fi means it's a communication system. You are sending XYZ data across the system. LiDAR was remote sensing, means you are observing XYZ. So Li-Fi means instead of radio waves, you will use light, which is having higher frequency. Light is having higher frequencies. If light is having higher frequencies, means more data can be sent in Li-Fi compared to Wi-Fi. Second option is correct. It uses light as a medium, high-speed data transfer. That is like basic definition of Li-Fi. Anything else is important? It is maybe like military applications, research applications, that level only so far. It is having application in smart home, industrial automation, healthcare, like that. Surveillance, home surveillance, all these applications it is having. Go ahead. I think we should spend too much time on this. Answer this question. This is all related to very similar technologies. If you know the basics, you will strike all these questions. क्या आंसर है? A. You are saying C. Okay. A is there, C is there. Okay. Okay. C. Okay. With reference to visible light communication technology, VLC, which of the following are correct? VLC uses electromagnetic spectrum 375 to 780. I told so many times that if you see data, it shall be wrong, but this data is very much correct. So it is correct now. Confusing me also. So this data is there. Don't go with the mindset data, see I mark it wrong. Here data is there. This is, you can connect with it. We are speaking something about light. And whatever the spectrum range is given, that is the range of visible light. So this is having some match, so it's a high chance it can be correct. VLC is known as long range optical wireless communication. What is the issue with this? If light is used as a communication medium, how can it be long range? It can only be short range, because if there is no straight line of connection or straight line, if any obstacle is there, the communication system get broke. So it cannot be long range. So far the all applications of VLC is short range. VLC can transmit large number of data. We know how much Bluetooth can do, and anything above Bluetooth, any technology above Bluetooth, it will transmit more amount of data. More than Wi-Fi, it can transmit. VLC has no electromagnetic interference. What is this? VLC has no electromagnetic interference. It is light. Light is not impacted by any electric charge or anything. So light is not having any electromagnetic interference. This should be correct. So what is our answer here? Only 2 is the wrong answer. 1, 3 and 4. Go ahead. Careless mistake maybe.
Forgot about photons. I thought it must have positive negative charge.
Light. Okay. Go ahead. Answer this first because the base data is having no much relevance. Okay. Tell me what is answer? A, one only. IRNS has 3 satellites in geostationary and 4 satellites in geosynchronous. Very factual. IRNSS covers entire India, right, and 5,500 square kilometer beyond its borders. 5,500 square should not be there. 5,500 kilometer beyond its borders. 5,000 kilometer, 5,000 is too big length. IRNS is having how much? Around 1,500 or 1,500, something like that range it only covers. So this is technically a wrong option. India will have its own satellite navigations with full global coverage. Absurd statement, we are in 2023, we still don't have it. So why we put this question? The objective is not to learn about IRNSS. That is already being asked. It is not news right now, so it will not come. Why we put this question? This is that kind of a question where more than one option is having very specific data. There is data and there's so much specific data. Usually if only this option I find it and I don't know the exact data, I will take it as wrong in only. But next option is also having data. So if 2-3 statements are having continuously filled with data, there is high chance at least either of some of this data is correct. It is not that data is there, everything is wrong. So be very cautious when you think in these kind of questions. All this is applicable after your knowledge level is exhausted. Knowledge level you cannot tackle this, then only go for these kind of approaches. But still, this is one thing you should be very much aware of. Go ahead. Otherwise, IRNSS you can read about it. No need to overread anyway. Answer the 26th question. Very small question, you should be doing it fast. What is answer? B. So what is Project Loon technically? Balloons are sent into space and this will beam radio waves into the ground and you can get access to internet in the remote areas. That is objective of Loon. Why this question is selected? This has nothing to do with Loon. Why this question is selected? Something related to balloon is in use in the recent past. Chinese balloon has been shot down by US aircraft and so. So what that Chinese balloon was doing there? What was the purpose of sending that balloon? Why China sent the balloon? Okay. Anything else? According to US, this is a spy balloon. This is not something good balloon. And it has a clear, it is not a hot air balloon also. It has like 2 bus instruments inside this, all observatories loaded inside this. And it has a clear trajectory where to go, and it has to pass throughout this US trajectory. So according to US, this is a totally spy balloon. And China is having high altitude balloon program. Why balloon? We have satellites, we have drones, we have so many systems. Why balloons? It is radar system, mostly radars. It is out of reach of radars. At what height it is sent is very important. All the radar airplanes will come in this troposphere ranges. This balloon is a high altitude balloon, means it is in stratosphere it is coming. So in stratosphere there is no, like, even surveillance is there. Countries are not aware if a balloon is flying in this stratosphere range. And at this range, there is no radar system, there is no exact system. What else? Yeah, these are basics of it. Anything, what else question can come from this? Height you should be very clear about. It is not in troposphere, it is above troposphere. It is at stratosphere. No, a question cannot come. Very hardly a question can come that. Because this is, Chinese is also not an open program. And this is not a technology, like, it is not that much popular also. Maybe India is developing, but it's still secret type of technology. So go ahead. Answer the 27 question. Now I think all question we have from defense technology related things. बताओ क्या आंसर है? Which one of the following statement best reflects the idea behind fractional orbital bombardment system often in use? Hypersonic missile launched into space to counter asteroid approaching. A spacecraft lands on another planet after making several orbital motions. A missile is put into stable orbit around the Earth and deorbits over a target on Earth. A spacecraft moves along a comet with same speed and places a probe on its surface. What is beauty of this question? You are saying C or D cannot be answer. A or B, either of these should be answer. These are all very, this question is only tough because of the how close these options are made. Options are really made confusing. Hypersonic missile launched into space and counter asteroid. You are seeing fractional orbitational bombardment, so asteroid, it's very much, you can come into mind. It's spacecraft on another planet making several orbital motions. We are hearing that also in news. All Chandrayaan also, it is having some motions, then landing into this moon or the planet. A missile is put into stable orbit around the Earth and deorbits, put it on hold. A spacecraft that moves along, there is some, which country? Raigu asteroid, some mission is going on. Japanese mission, and this mission has taken back some sample from that satellite to Earth. So this is that satellite exactly did this. So if you are at this news, you may even connect with this. So the options are very confusing. Options are taken from the news. The correct answer here is C. What it does is, we have different missile system like Agni 5. What is the range of Agni 5? Around 5,500 kilometers. And what is the range of Agni 4? Maybe less than this, 4,000, 3,000 kilometers. So all these attack system or missiles have certain range. Now we are thinking that we don't want these obligations. We don't want this range. We want the system to attack anywhere in the world without this limitation. So what we'll do, either if Agni was like this, it can attack this much. So do one thing, just put it in the orbit first, then let it be in the orbit. And when we want to attack, then let it come and attack anywhere. So now you are coming about these range limitations. You can attack anywhere in the earth. So China developed this kind of a technology. This technology is called fractional orbital bombardment system. We might have some figures. Yeah, these are figures of it. Three kind of satellites or missiles we have. What are they? Ballistic missile. Ballistic missile means they will follow the path of gravity. They will be having this parabolic path and they will attack the wherever it need to attack. Hypersonic missile or cruise missile, what does it do? It will have a straight line path, then it will change the direction and go to attacking wherever it need to attack. The third type is this one, F4BS, or this fractional orbital bombardment system. What it does is, it will rotate throughout the earth and it can attack any place without limitation of range. Go ahead. Answer the 28th question. Don't too much overthink this. What is answer? C. Why this was came into the use was North Korea provocation was going on and US installed this in South Korea. So that time it was very important. Why we are putting it now? What is India's status on this? Anti-missile technology India ordered from Russia. S-400 deals, S-400 triumphs. So this has been India's ordered from Russia for very high price. What price? That 9,000 crores and all. And due to this Ukraine war, the project is being delayed. The sending of this S-400 triumph system has been delayed. How does it works? It will have some radar at some point. Then radar will spot any incoming ballistic missile. Once it spot it, there will be this anti-missile system trucks. It can be transported to anywhere. It will be there throughout the city or at any other location. Then it will send something else and destroy this ballistic missile from this atmosphere itself. So S-400 system is also something like this. Go and read little bit about it. Some topic like if something came, you should be very clear, 100% getting that question. Go ahead. Answer 29 questions. हो गया? बताओ क्या है आंसर? C is the answer. Don't need to note down it in your notes. This is old one. It will not come again. The objective of putting this is, there are questions in this direction also. If there is any INS vehicles that is recently commissioned, you should be aware of it. Before going to, there will be only 2-3 INS vehicles because it is not commissioned at a larger scale. One way equipment will take years to make. So if recently any INS is being commissioned, you should be aware of it. Now this is INS Astradharini. Astradharini. It is torpedo launch and recovery vehicle. What is torpedo?
They are launched under the water.
Water missile, something like missile system in the water. Submarines it can target and all. Now we have a recent, this is about this Ashtadharani, don't need to look at. We have INS Vikrant relaunched in the recent past. So what is speciality of this? It is an aircraft carrier. It can carry up to 30 aircrafts at full strength. 30 aircraft means it's really big. And it is India's first fully indigenously built aircraft carrier. Before that we have aircraft carrier. What is his name? Vikramaditya was there. Where it came from? India took that on, borrowed that from Russia and we are using it. Now this is completely specifications of this is given. XYZ you can go through it. It is having a flight deck size of 2 football grounds. It will be really huge to see itself. Go ahead. Answer the last question for the day. A very easy question, something we have discussed right now itself. What is the answer? A. It is surface to surface missile. Very much correct. All Agnis are surface to surface missiles. It is fueled by liquid propellant only. It is having solid propellants. It can have because missiles need very high thrust. It can deliver 1 ton at 7,500. Even Agni 5 doesn't have. So Agni 4 cannot have this much high. So it is wrong. So these are the aspects if you are going to study a missile. Questions are coming from missiles also. India have how much missile programs? This is Agni 5 specifications. It is having a range of 5,500 to 8,000 is like government is not accepting 8,000 to have, but people are saying it is having 8,000. Why people are saying that? If you see here, Agni 4 weight is 17 tons and it is having a range of 4,000 kilometers. You increase the weight to 50,000 from 17,000 to 50,000. 3 times nearly you increase the weight and you are saying you increase the range only 1,000 kilometers. So people are saying this is not correct. It might have huge higher range than that. So that is about Agni 5 recent missiles. BrahMos cruise missiles in use. Why? What is the specialty of BrahMos? It can be launched from everywhere, sea, air, land, everywhere. Then it is a hypersonic missile. Hypersonic means?
4.5 Mach.
This may be then supersonic missile. Hypersonic means above 5 Mach. Supersonic means above speed of 1 Mach. Now what is the speed of this? Around 2.8 Mach. What is other specialty? This is built in collaboration with India and Russia. And why it is in news recently? India is selling it to Philippines or other. Okay, what is range of this? If you prepared for prelims earlier, it was range was 290 kilometers. Why very peculiar range of 290 kilometers? 290 is very peculiar range. Why don't keep it 300 then? Why 290 it was before? MTCR, India was not a part of it and it obligates countries to selling equipments having a range more than 300 kilometers. To have that obligation, India kept it at 290. Now India is a part of the MTCR regime. So now India conducted a test for having a range of 450 kilometer, 400 plus or 450 kilometer is the current range of BrahMos. India is planning another test for 800 kilometers also. So with that it was in news. It was conducted last year December, and also these two missile systems you should be well aware of. If any other missile systems also, basic things, questions are basically coming from either range or solid fuel propulsion, what it is, or it is surface to air, air to surface, these kind of things you should be well aware of. So today we discuss what we basically discuss: general sciences questions from general sciences, then space technology, communication and defense questions related to that. Tomorrow we will be discussing healthcare, biotechnology, question related to these topics, and emerging technologies. But good afternoon everyone. So today we will discuss the second class on science and tech. Yesterday what we did? We did most of the questions from general science as well as space, communication, defense related questions. So today our major focus will be on healthcare, biotechnology and a little bit of emerging technologies. So how are you preparing science and tech, or what is your approach to science and tech? PYQs, okay, then some compilations. If you see recent question, if you especially look at the 30 question which we are going to discuss today, most of these questions are from very themes which you are very familiar with. You can see so many questions related to COVID-19, so many questions last 3 years related to vaccine development, so many questions related to immune biology or technology behind that kind of sciences. So many of these questions are very familiar themes. If we look back from now, there is a mistake that you can make in analyzing the PYQs. You will see this question, this is from COVID, this is from related to DNA, gene editing or something like that. These are very easy questions. Maybe looking back, we will find that these are very easy questions, or everything is asked from something very much we heard of. But during the exam or exam time, relating this with these questions are as such not that easy. What is difficulty of these questions is, even though most of these are from very familiar themes, what they asked is not that familiar topics. They are asked from familiar themes में fringe topics which we usually neglect. From that areas questions are picked. Even though so many questions from COVID-19, how many of those questions you can answer with confidence is very less. COVID-19 you will see in every compilation, every current affairs XYZ you are learning for this exam, you will find that particular topic there. But finding what exactly asked in the exam, that becomes really a challenge. Now how to address this? What you can do for, what you can approach you can keep for science and tech in general to address these kind of questions, or this is the trend that we are seeing in the recent past. We are anticipating similar trend will be there in the future also. Question will be from topic themes which are very familiar, but the nature of the question will be little bit tilted or little bit difficult. How to address this? Tell me.
This year I am making a compilation of 1 year Hindu science and tech, one liner.
Decent. You are making a compilation yourself. Good. One thing is, yesterday also I told you, there are two different types of topics. Whenever you are reading any XYZ materials, there are some topics like where you only need the peripheral knowledge. For example, we did a question on ELISA yesterday. What all you need to know is, what is this? What this XYZ program is for. Your knowledge should end there. digging more on this is not relevant for our exam. At the other time, when you are studying something related to mRNA vaccine, if you are learning something related to mRNA vaccine, recently COVID vaccines have been formed. This is a totally new technology that has came into existence. So when you're learning this, you have to go much beyond this. You have to go much beyond the peripheral knowledge. You have to really work on it. Read from multiple sources. If you depend for these kind of topics, where it went? Yeah, for these kind of topics, if you depend only on one XYZ magazine, then you are always going to be lagging. For these topics which are so much in news or some major developments and happen, and you are anticipating that this is a very important topic which can come for the exam, at least for these topics you have to prepare your own notes. Depending on any magazine, that becomes very risky by looking at the nature of the question that is being asked. That is one approach. Whatever topics you are learning, try to divide it into two topics. At least identify 30-40 themes from science and tech, which you will anticipate a question in the upcoming exam. Not just PYQs from current affairs material, from PYQs also, something which is very relevant that is going on in news. That kind of topics you list down, at least 30 topics from science and tech, and prepare that very well so that any fringe question also you can at least try to attempt it. This is one approach. What else? Another thing which you see in today's discussion is so many questions are on application level. Yesterday also we have seen so many questions on application level. Now how to address these questions? Many times if you exactly know the application, you know the process, you can answer it. Otherwise what will do? You have to have very strong base. If you exactly know how a cell functions, where is the DNA placed, what is the function of DNA, what is the function of RNA, maybe you don't get a question directly from what is DNA or RNA, that much basic question don't come. But even in advanced questions, for eliminating a statement, for identifying what is wrong in this statement, what is by idea or by logic this statement cannot be true, to make that conclusion your fundamentals should be very strong. At least in this biology topic, at least in this healthcare, biotechnology related topics, the fundamentals of your conceptual clarity should be very best. So what to address, how to do this? You can, don't neglect this. What happened in science and tech preparation, we'll take a current affairs compilation and we'll limit our study there. And we don't have any very good book, standard book for science and tech. At least go through NCRTs. At least go to the 9, 10 and some chapters of 11 and 12 NCRTs. If you are weak in science, if you are from arts background, then this is must for you. If you are very strong in science, you are having a background in science, engineering and all this, you can still be a little bit light on it. Otherwise, you should do this. Maybe you will not get a question directly from this, but so many application level of question today also you will see. How we answer this is we should have very strong fundamentals. So this is some kind of approach you should keep for science and tech. Go ahead. So we'll start with today's discussion. So we have 30 questions, same. What we did yesterday, same format we will continue. Take 30 seconds and answer this first question. What is answer? D. They protect body from diseases caused by pathogens. Any other answer? Both of them. D answer. Okay. So which one of the following statement best describes the role of B cells and T cells in the human body? What is B cells and T cells? What basically fundamentally are they? Both of these are, leave it. Both of these are types of WBC. And what is WBC? White blood cells. What is the function of WBC? Blood clot basic function is to provide immunity to the body. How they provide immunity? There are different and kind of mechanisms. What these B cells and T cells do is they produce antibodies. Specific proteins that related to antibodies, B cells will directly produce these antibodies, and these antibodies will go and fight against whatever the external component is there in the body. Now what T cells do? T cells will regulate how much antibody should be produced. What are the other options? Why this question came? Herd immunity related topics were in news for some reason or the other. Even related to COVID, immunity is so much of discussed topic. Like some population is not being affected, by less population in other countries are severely being affected. So somewhere or other this was in news. Even in vaccine technology you will see what our purpose is to produce enough number of antibodies by different ways different vaccines work. Objective is to produce different kind of antibodies. Now we will study about antibodies, we will study about immunity, but exactly T cells and B cells means it's a very specific topic. Go ahead. Now white blood cells is not just B cells and T cells. There are five different kinds of basically white blood cells. Each of these will resist this foreign body or an antibody that is entering in the body in different ways. Just at least have familiarity with the word. The first one is neutrophil. What it does? If a new body is come, it will engulf it and try to digest it. By digestion, it tries to destroy this foreign body. Second part is eosinophil. That is basically related to allergic relations, if inflammations in the body, related responses. Now, basophil is there, very similar kind of thing. Then we have lymphocyte. The B cells and T cells are part of lymphocytes. These are the components which will directly produce the required antigens. Now monocyte is like specialized kind of blood cells for XYZ applications. No need to learn too much of it, but at least what is the function of WBC, function of RBC you should be clear of. What is function of RBC? To distribute oxygen, to carry oxygen. That's why it is red in color. Why it is red in color? Basically iron is there, other pigments are there, and the main function of RBC is to carry oxygen from lungs to all other parts of the body, while WBC function is to provide immunity to the body. What happens if WBC is produced in uncontrolled manner? Which kind of disease you associate with the process of WBC being produced in uncontrolled manner? Now it started attacking the good cells of the human body also. What disease you associate with this? It is cancer. All cancer, most cancers is one way or the other uncontrolled production of these WBCs. Now this will attack specific part of the body and try to destroy that organ. Go ahead, answer the second question first. Okay, बताओ क्या आंसर है? It's very easy question. What is answer? D. B. 3 only. Okay. Consider the following statement. It is also a 2022 question. Last question also 2022. Other than those made by humans, nanoparticles do not exist in nature. Okay. Nanoparticles of some metallic oxides are used in the manufacture of some cosmetics. Nanoparticles of some commercial products which enter the environment are unsafe for humans. What is general thinking on these statements? Suppose I am not well aware of nanoparticles. How should I should go with this question? That only happens if I know it. Suppose I am not sure about what nanoparticles is. How should I approach this question? See this option. Nanoparticles of some metallic oxides are used in manufacturing of some cosmetics. Cosmetics is broad area. Now some cosmetics, some metallic oxide means it is also asking application of a technology. And there is very broad or generalistic statement is made. So my high tendency is this should be right. Now come to third option. Nanoparticles of some commercial products which enter the environment are unsafe for humans. What is nanoparticles? There either some dimensions will be in the nanometer range. It is not required the whole particle should be in nanometer range. Some dimension which give them XYZ characteristics will be in nanometer range. And nanometer range means at least 1 to 100 nanometer. What is 1 nanometer? 10 raised to minus 9 meter. So if any of one dimension is coming under this, we call it as a nanoparticle. And why this is important? Why basically the properties of material changes at nano level? You see that gold is yellow in normal crystal gold. The same gold, if you make it as a nanoparticle, it is pure white. Why it is changing its properties? Why? Guess karo, at least if you don't know. What happens if you make it is into this much small particles? What happens? Surface area will be extremely high. Normal, the substance cannot have anticipate this kind of surface area. This will become at some molecules level. So at this level, the surface area will becomes very high, and this property will give XYZ requisite properties to the particles. And the property of these particles at nano level may be completely different from the crystalline metal. We told about gold, yellow, it changing into white. Maybe these electrical properties, magnetic properties, all these properties are being impacted by changing this size of the particles to the nano level. That's why this technology is finding application in many areas. Now come to the first part of the question. Other than those made by humans, nanoparticles do not exist in nature. Can this be true or false? There is, if you have read newspaper, there is a view or there is some articles referring viruses as nanoparticles. What is viruses? What is virus actually? Are they living or non-living? Viruses are considered as non-living organisms. All others, bacteria, fungus, all these are living organisms, but viruses are considered as non-living organisms, and they don't have an existence of its own. They can only exist inside body of some XYZ, inside body of human cell or inside body of XYZ other cells. By utilizing the nutrients from the cell, it will live. It will replicate into many parts, many more viruses. But of its own, it cannot live or it cannot sustain in the environment. So there are references of viruses as nanoparticles. Now nanoparticles are also major pollutant. Where we see this pollutant? In volcano eruptions. Even nano level dust particles are also emitted in volcanic eruptions. If some of this you can connect with nature, there is a possibility, there is more possibility that some particles in nature can take of nanoparticles form. What is? Which one? Viruses. Yes, yes. It's not something which is created for this question. There is viruses are also categorized as nanoparticles. So if you remember any of these aspects, or even if you look at the statement, there is more possibility that at least some XYZ in the nature which we can take the form of nanoparticles. While these two statements are very generalistic statements. If I know I answer this question correctly, if I don't know the answer, my approach should be to go with these two as correct. And nanoparticles is some kind of powders. Assume it as a powders. Then these powders will obviously create some environmental problems. Even microplastic we have learned in detail. What are microplastics? Very small, 5 mm, less than 5 mm size particles, plastics broken down into less than 5 mm size is nanoparticles. These particles are creating so much of environmental problems, ocean pollution, whole ecosystem is being impacted by this. Now assume what will be the level of pollution if nanoparticles have been used in a mass level. So environmental pollution should be there. These two options I don't find any reason to eliminate, even if I don't know nothing about nanoparticles. Go ahead. So here answer is 2 and 3, answer is D. Answer the third question first. If you are watching online, you can answer the questions. You can mark ABCD in the live chat. Okay. Tell me what is answer? D. DNA barcoding. How do you answer this? What is DNA barcoding? Any other options? DNA barcoding. It is basically you are taking a small part of DNA, then you are considering like studying it and studying from which species this came from, all XYZ characteristics of this species. You are matching it with which data you have, and you are analyzing the species diversity of species XYZ about it. So that is DNA barcoding. Now what is the options available here? assess the age of a plant or animal, distinguish among species that look alike, identify undesirable animal or plant materials in the processed foods. So how you go with these options? Think like something which DNA barcoding means something it is, something it should do with genetic, something it has to associate with genes. Now where genes play an important role. Where genes play an important role. This is assess the age of a plant, you told it is carbon dating. We have other methodologies, taking at the rings of the plant. Genes of the plant or animal is not that much of a factor in assessing the age of a plant or animal. Now this, it will be same genetic material will be remaining like that. So it's not, you cannot associate this characteristics directly with gene technology. Now come to this, distinguish among species that look alike. It's very much possible. It's gene, it is using genes you do this. All forensics. What is forensics? Not necessary it is in criminals only. Studying genetic material and identifying which person is this, which person is. All this is done using genetic data itself, DNA code, matching DNA, something like that. So DNA barcoding can have a very much familiarity, or this can be a very much good application of something associated with genetic. Now identify undesirable animal or plant materials in the processed foods. If you read the news, this is exactly application of DNA barcoding. If you know the news, like if you have collect so many animal species from the seafood and marine exploration, to categorize them, the DNA barcoding is first time used or widely used so far. So this is like a direct application. Even if you don't know this, identifying undesirable plants or animals in processed food means that is very much related to distinguishing species of that look alike. They are like synonymous options. So both best possible solution is go with 2 and 3, that is option D. Go ahead. Answer the fourth question first. What is answer? This is little bit very factual question. There is nothing much you can do about it. What is answer? A. Any other answer? D. Correct answer is D. All of these are open source digital platforms. What does it mean by open source digital platforms? Yeah, open source digital platform means, if suppose we made this platform CoWIN platform. What CoWIN platform is for? Vaccine distribution or vaccine mechanism. Now in CoWIN, how it is made, the core code data that will be openly provided plus the license of it. And what is the implications of this? Any XYZ person can use this code and make other applications based on this platform. Open source code. That is basic idea of open source code. Now this exactly, you will remember some of these COVID applications were came when the vaccine is having available, it will inform you. There were some websites, some application developed for this. Even though how it works is very difficult, it's very hard to really function it. But there were applications developed for this. These applications are not developed by government or agencies or government authorities. These were done by private agencies. So if you remember something like this associated with all other things, you can relate it and find what is the correct answer. Otherwise, this is a very factual question. And what is this Diksha platform? It is for online education. Who launched it? Mainly it was for during the COVID times, it was more relevant. Who launched this? NCRT, that is under Ministry of Education. Go ahead. Answer here is 1, 2, 3 and 4. Answer the fifth question first. Okay. What is the answer? Batao. See, you're following them or finding error? What is probiotics? You might have seen this. So many food products you will get something like this. Probiotics dahi, probiotics XYZ. What exactly is this? I think we have reached somewhere else. Probiotics basically means good microorganisms. Very good, very good. Probiotics, pro is something positive. Biotic means something live. So something like similar meaning it is coming out. Good microorganism, good bacteria that is inside your body, that collectively is called probiotics. Now what is probiotics? Food means food that contains these XYZ bacteria. This bacteria are already present in your body. Now with the XYZ food, it will be stimulated. More bacteria will be there. And what is the benefits of this? What is the functions of the good bacteria that is inside the body? To help digestion, to regulate some production of some hormones or enzymes. These are different functions, basic functions of probiotics or good bacteria that is inside your body. This much clarity you have, this question is very simple now. What are the options? Probiotics are made of both bacteria and yeast. Both these options are correct. Yeast is the dahi which I told you. It may be used there. Bacteria, that is also, bacteria are, so many good bacteria are part of this, our body. The organisms in probiotics are found in food we ingest, but they do not occur naturally in our gut. This is something an extreme statement. If something is totally not in your gut and you are intaking it, there will be some other responses. Like we discussed about antibodies, we discussed about allergic responses by this body. These are not that kind of bacteria. These are within you and we are intaking it just for supplementing it. So this option is wrong. Probiotics helps in digestion of milk sugars. One of the basic major function of probiotics is improve the digestion process. Now milk sugar is something which is hard to digest. Especially people will have this lactose intolerance. So for those people, this probiotics is a very good substance to take to some kind of maintain this lactose intolerance. So this is direct application level. This is also something which are the basic definition of probiotics. All these statements, if you look at this, are developed one way or the other from the basic core concepts of what is probiotics. What is answer here? 1 and 3 itself. Go ahead. Answer the sixth question. This may be one of the easiest question you will get in last year's paper. Okay. What is answer?
B.
You are saying? A. You are also saying A. Saying B. In the context of vaccines manufactured to prevent COVID-19 pandemic, consider the following statements. Serum Institute of India produced COVID-19 vaccine named Covishield using mRNA platform. Who is saying this is correct? We have different types of vaccines. We just now discussed that mRNA vaccine is totally new technology. This is the first time we are using this technology for development of vaccines. This is a totally new platform that is came into being. Maybe you are forgot this because it's 2 years down the pandemic, but at least that time you are giving the exam, you should be very aware that is only 2 major vaccines are there using this technology. Which are those vaccines? No. That is both now not Pfizer and Moderna. These vaccines are only at a very limited level we have access to this. Mostly in US and all, these vaccines are in use. And these vaccines both are based on the technology of mRNA vaccine technology. Our Covishield, Covaxin, all these vaccines which we find in this Sputnik vaccine, all these vaccines are not based on mRNA technology. So this option is absolutely wrong. Now this is just game of elimination. Only one option is left. 2 and 3 is correct. Otherwise it's very difficult. Sputnik V vaccine is based on vector based platform. This is very much correct. But remembering every vaccine's technology is little difficult. But at least this much you should have remembered that mRNA technology is related to this because this is a new technology. Covaxin is inactivated pathogen based vaccine. Both these statements are correct. What we should learn more is what are different types of vaccine. Tell me some different types of vaccine. First one is inactivated or killed vaccine. What does it do?
Part of that disease virus is taken, it is made inactivated.
What does it mean by inactivated or killed? Suppose we are taking an XYZ virus, we remove certain parts of it so that it cannot replicate. Now, if it cannot replicate and we are introducing it into our body, what will happen? Same process that we discussed in the first question. We get a new foreign particles come into our body, antibodies will come, they will produce antibodies, then they will white blood cells, all this function will happen and our body learns to destroy this. Now once this virus is destroyed, our body learns the mechanism how to destroy this virus. Now when actual virus come, they can easily identify and produce these antibodies very fast. Now so that you can prevent infection. What are some examples of this kind of vaccines? Best example is polio vaccine. Other example, hepatitis A vaccine, rabies vaccine are all based on this inactivator or killed vaccine technology. What is other second type of vaccine? live attenuated vaccine. How this vaccine works?
The organism is quite live and not killed.
Here what we'll do, the ability for this virus to replicate, we are completely cut off. Here we are not completely cutting off. It is something like you are infecting the human body at a mild level. You are providing a mild infection to the body. Providing a mild infection means live virus is introduced to your body, but at a very low dose such that it doesn't create health issues. And when this infection is there, same process, WBC will be there, antibodies will be generated. Body over the course of time learn to respond and fight and kill these viruses. Now what is risk associated with this? Sometimes the virus will reproduce at a larger level and infect the body. So there is always a risk of reinfection from these vaccines. What are famous vaccines for this? Measles vaccine, rubella vaccine are based on this vaccine technology. What is another type of vaccine? Subunit, you will find it so many names. Subunit vaccine, recombinant vaccine, or conjugate vaccine. How this vaccine functions? Tell me. Don't say DNA coat. That is totally different type of vaccines or different types of approach. Here we are introducing fully inactivated or non-reproduction type of virus. Here we are introducing some live virus. Here we are introducing only some parts of the virus. Full virus is not introduced, only a certain parts that is introduced. Now which part we will introduce? If COVID vaccine is there, we will introduce these spike parts. Now if spike part is introduced, what will happen? Same process, body will learn to how to handle these spikes. Now when original virus will come with these spikes, body might have already known how to handle the spikes and they will attack this virus fast. So what are some examples of this kind of vaccines? Human HPV vaccine, human papilloma vaccine. This is a major example of this vaccine. Idea is only a part of the virus is only introduced to your body. Now what is another type? mRNA is there. What is mRNA? Messenger RNA. mRNA is messenger RNA. What it does? Tell me. Tell me more. What is function of DNA? I'm asking DNA. DNA is a double spiral structure. You cannot draw. You will say double stranded structure we will get. And what is the major function of DNA? That is to pass the genetic information. Your XYZ genetic information will be stored in DNA, and this information will be passed to the next generation. Now what RNA does? DNA we have double strands. RNA we have single strand. And DNA will be like breakdown into RNA. And what does RNA contain? Single strand means it is the order to produce XYZ amino acids or protein. So DNA has your genetic information. Now this genetic information may be like produce this color of skin. That is a genetic information. All skin color are coming from genetically related. Now produce this kind of skin is genetic information that is stored in DNA. Now skin will be produced at certain part of this body. Now giving instruction to that skin producing organ, produce these characteristic type of skin. That message is being transmitted through RNA. Taking this order is the major function of the RNA. Taking this order from genetic code to whichever body part that is producing XYZ organ or XYZ doing that activity. DNA is double stranded, its function is to store the genetic information and pass on it to the next generation. Now what mRNA vaccine does? Tell me. In COVID-19 we seen that this is the structure of this virus. We introduce a mRNA, that is this instruction into the body, and this instruction will be to produce these spikes. These spikes are not introduced. We are introduced an RNA that give instruction to human cell to produce these spikes. Now when you take the vaccine, what will happen? Body will give the order to produce these spikes, and these spikes will be generated in your body. Then the whole same process will happen. Antibodies, new particles came, antibodies will be produced. Now once these spikes are killed, body will learn the process how to handle these spikes. When original virus come, it can very quickly replicate it. So this virus is nothing related to, like, totally different from what we have done so far. It is only introducing the order to produce these kind of XYZ. They are like developed from COVID virus genetic material only. What is the advantages of this? No reinfection like this. These risks are completely avoided, because even this virus is not even seen in the picture. Only only small part of genetic is only introduced into your body. So no risk of reinfection. What more? That is not the major advantage. What is the major advantage of mRNA vaccine? Why we are celebrating a new technology has came? Because this is like a platform. This is like a platform. Now this vaccine development takes decades. You have to develop the vaccine, you have to test it on n number of individuals. This whole process takes decades. Polio vaccine is developed after study for taking many years. mRNA vaccine means you have access to a technology where you can make changes very fast. So vaccine development process, the whole process is like compressed into a matter of one research lab. What earlier was happening over decades, now we happen within months in a research lab. So vaccine development, this is now only available for COVID. If we expand this, maybe more number of diseases can come under this, more number of vaccines can be brought into this. And what is one more advantage is, since this process is very fast, if COVID virus, we have seen that the virus itself is changing its genetic component, like new Omicron, different variations are coming. So these vaccines are not able to address these changes fastly. While mRNA vaccine, we have a tool to even address the sudden changes that is happening in this XYZ virus. So due to these factors, mRNA is a celebrated technology in vaccine industry or vaccine development. And what is another type of vaccine? That is DNA vaccine. Like in RNA vaccine, we are only introducing this instruction. In DNA vaccine, we will introduce this complete double-stranded DNA structure. Now, which vaccine is famous for this? One example. There are no vaccine that is so far developed with DNA vaccine technology, that is like still in research development. Some vaccine might come in near future. Technology is getting matured, but so far we do not have a commercially used vaccine with DNA technology. So these are basic how vaccine works. Now question can come from mRNA as well as DNA vaccine technology. These are the new guys. So go and learn like these two topics you should keep in were, which were themes I was discussing, at least 20-30 themes from science and tech. mRNA vaccine, even though it is little over, we are out of COVID times, still mRNA vaccine is in use for one reason or the other, as well as a DNA vaccine. Do learn this very smartly so that even a fringe topic something is asked, you should be able to answer it or address this at least.
In case of DNA virus vaccine, the DNA virus of that particular virus will be introduced into the body.
It is not like full DNA is taken and introduced to your body. There will be some editing done on it so that your DNA will not be affected or it will not become another virus source in the body. So some editing will be done, and only then after this DNA virus or DNA vaccine will be developed. All advantages we associated with mRNA vaccine, similar advantages is also there with DNA vaccines also. I think we have this some picture. Messenger. mRNA will give command to the body to produce this kind of protein, spike protein. Now this spike protein will be handled by XYZ antibodies. Then body will acquire that XYZ characteristics. So this is diagrammatic representation of what we have discussed so far. Understood the concept. Now basic details you need to, this is not enough, this is just peripheral picture. Questions are coming from fringe topics. So you need to go back and learn this from Google search, you do some good material and learn something more about it in detail and make a small half-page note of it. And don't, at least for 30 themes, which you very important theme you identify from science and tech, you think this can come for the exam, don't depend on one institute material. Make your own notes, make your own some effort and make it. Otherwise it's not going to be sufficient, considering the nature of question that is being asked. So that's it. Answer the 7th question first. Wait. हो गया? What is answer? B. Who are all saying B? Who is saying C? 1, 3 and 4. How you approach this question? Which of the following are reasons for occurrence of multi-drug resistance in microbial pathogens in India? Genetic predisposition of some people, taking incorrect doses of antibiotics to cure diseases, using antibiotics in livestock and farming, multiple chronic diseases in some people. Select the correct code. How to approach this question? What is this multi-drug resistance? What does it mean? We have several lines of antibiotics. If our first line of antibiotics, the organism acquired the capabilities to defend that antibiotics, that kind of XYZ characteristic we called as multi-drug resistance. Now, who is acquiring the characteristics? The XYZ microorganism. Whether it is for tuberculosis, it will be tuberculosis bacteria. Mostly it is associated with tuberculosis. So who is acquiring the characteristics? Whose characteristics are being changed? That is, this microorganism characteristics are being changed. Now here look for options where you can associate this property with this. This has limited things to do with who is taking the medicine. It is more with what the microorganism, how it is undertaking the changed atmosphere or changed environmental conditions. Now look at the genetic disposition in some people, how it will result in multi-drug resistance. At worst, what it can do, maybe the drug will not be applicable in XYZ person. So he may be treated with some other drugs, or there may be reaction for if certain drugs are being taken by a person. These all can happen due to genetic predisposition, but it is unlikely that the characteristics of the germ will be changed. What is second? Taking incorrect doses of antibiotics to cure some diseases. Incorrect doses means what will does? It will directly change the environment of this microorganism. First it will get this virus. Antibiotics, if usually it happens, if you go for, even for a fever, if you are written this antibiotics, it will be for 4-day course, 3-day course. And this whole virus in your body will be killed only in this period of time. Now if you take 1 day and you left the vaccine, what happened? You may get relief for that day, but this will not be totally removed from your body. It will remain in your body, and over a period of time it will acquire the characteristics to defend this XYZ antibiotics. Using livestock in antibiotics in livestock farming. This is same as what we discussed here. It's not using it, its problem is misusing it. You are giving this XYZ antibiotics for this growth hormones, all these are injected into this livestock for getting more milk, for getting more meat and all this. Misusing this is creating the problem. If you are scientifically using it, it will not affect it. But people are not aware of it. Maybe higher quantities they will inject, or they will not follow the XYZ instructions how to use these antibiotics and all. So this is same atmosphere that is created in human body can be created here also. Multiple chronic diseases in some people. This is also related with genetic disposition. Sometimes if it chronic diseases, effectiveness of this drug will be reduced, but very small chance is there it will also change the characteristics of this drug and make a new type of organism. That chances are very less. So most feasible, most right option you can select here is 2 and 3 is right, that itself. Go ahead, answer the 8th question. What is answer? All of you are answering B. D. Any other option? How to approach this question? It is very easy if you know everything about hepatitis B. Suppose we are not that much aware of hepatitis B or hepatitis C, whatever it is. What is hepatitis? Which organ it impacts? Liver inflammation. Is basically hepatitis. Now we are trying to find those options which are likely or unlikely to go with. This is one of these questions I find extremely difficult if you don't know. What is first option we have? Hepatitis B is transmitted much like HIV. That is it sexually transmitted or not? or from genetically mother to, not genetically, by breastfeeding and or mother to baby, is it transmittable or not? That is what is asked. Now, hepatitis B, unlike hepatitis C, does not have a vaccine. Let's put this on hold. Globally, the number of people infected with hepatitis B and C virus is several times more than that those infected with HIV. What you can infer from this? At least I can say that several times is given. It is not given 2 times or 3 times. 2 times or 3 times is given, I have more tendency to take it as wrong. It is given that several times. So maybe that's also like a very exaggerated guess. You cannot take it also. Some of those infected with BC viruses does not show symptoms for many years. These are very technical options. It's only answerable if you know this. What is correct answer here? Hepatitis we discussed in last question. Hepatitis is having A, B, C, D, E, different kind of viruses. In last virus, when we are discussing vaccines, live vaccines are applicable for hepatitis A. Similarly, hepatitis B also has vaccine. Only hepatitis A and B has vaccine. C, D, E don't have vaccines. Yes, not correct. Unlike hepatitis B, unlike hepatitis C, does not have vaccine. B does have vaccine. A and B does have vaccine. C, D, E and 3 types doesn't have vaccines. So this is the best feasible option you can take. Don't too much supply mind or too much go for guessing. You cannot answer, leave it. That is also a strategic part of your answering the paper. Before, yes. So many, like even TB test you will do, so much HIV test also you will do. Something if you are aware of, then go with eliminating 1-2 options. Then if at least you can 2 options you can eliminate, then I will support you go for 50-50 guessing. That is reasonable. If you don't know anything, then sitting and guessing means it is very risky. It's more risky than leaving the question. Answer the 9th question. This should be an easy question. What is the answer? These are those questions, so many questions you get that application of XYZ technology is what? In this question, only eliminate those which you are 100% sure that ye ho nahi sakta. Otherwise, even an exaggerated connection is there with this XYZ, what is asked and the technology. Take it as there will be some connection. These are like that kind of a question. What is it asked? Plant disease. Plant disease is impacted by all of this. There will be wind. If you have done some kind of aquaculture, some kind of farming in home, plant infection is easily spread through all diseases. One plant it can go from rain, it can go with bird, wind, all this happening. So here answer is only eliminate an option if you are very clear about it. Otherwise, take it all as by default right. Here answer will be D. Answer the 10th question. It's okay if you are not able to remember this, because this was during that time, this was a major issue. 2017. So we'll discuss some general things. What is the answer? Roughly. Who is saying D? B. You are saying C. Answer is C. So it is about, consider the following statement. In tropical regions, Zika virus disease is transmitted by same mosquito that transmit dengue. Which mosquito they are talking about? Aedes aegypti. Which are diseases it spreads? Zika and dengue is there. Very good. What you told? Chikungunya. Chikungunya is there. Yellow fever is there. Dengue is the famous one. All these diseases are spread by same XYZ vector. What else? Second statement, sexual transmission of Zika virus is possible. This is also possible. What is impact of Zika virus? Problem is you will get very mild symptoms like simple fever, rashes in the body. Symptoms are not that big, you will get cautious and take the treatment. So symptoms are very mild, but the consequences can be very harsh. Like even genetically defected babies are born for people infected with Zika virus. So that is the implication. And what is the treatment for this? There is no clear treatment methodology for Zika virus. Go ahead. It is happening in, yes, tropical region, basically Africa and all, South America also. Answer the 11th question. What is the answer? B. Question number 11. Who is saying B? All of you are saying B. You are saying D. No answer. What is importance of pneumococcal conjugate vaccine, PCV vaccine? These vaccines are effective against pneumonia as well as meningitis, sepsis. Dependence on antibiotics that are not effective against drug resistant bacteria can be reduced. These vaccines have no side effects and cause no allergic reactions. One thing you can directly eliminate is, this is something very extreme. We have all taken COVID vaccine, there has been some responses. Most of the vaccine XYZ does have some response in the body, and there will be some reaction, there will be some side effects. It's very extreme statement to say that a vaccine XYZ vaccine doesn't have a side effect. So I strongly eliminate this. This will go, this will go. At least from these two I need to go for a guess if I don't know XYZ answer. What is answer here? It is B itself. This is PCV vaccine is applicable for pneumonia as well as all these diseases. Now in this second statement also, if you look at this, dependence on antibiotics that are not effective against drug resistant bacteria. See, if you take a vaccine, what will happen? You take XYZ vaccine, then need for antibiotics, if it is fighting against that virus, need for taking and drugs antibiotics will become reduced. So this statement is seemingly logically correct, even if I don't know this. And if I eliminate these two, first one is not going to decide my answer. Only second one is going to decide my answer. And second one, you can see that you're taking a vaccine. If you're taking a vaccine, the need for antibiotics can possibly go less. So logically, this is a correct answer. And first one is not deciding my answer. Though, even if I don't know nothing about PCV vaccine, I'll go for 1 and 2 option only. If you are somebody who is well aware of XYZ vaccine, then you can answer this from your knowledge base also. Go ahead. Answer the 12th question. I am not aware of all this. Where it is written?
PCV. PCV vaccine.
PCV vaccine.
How is that be different from conjugate vaccine?
Conjugate vaccine we discussed now. Some parts of this virus is being introduced. So what is the issue here? That is depending on the name of the virus. This virus, XYZ virus, may be creating this pneumonia and all. That name is derived from the name of virus. That has nothing to do with vaccine technology. This may be derived from XYZ technology that is being used. Yeah, answer 12th question. Okay, answer. Tell me what is answer? D. C. Extreme options we are getting. With reference to recent developments regarding recombinant vector vaccine. Which is recombinant vector vaccine? What is idea here? Vector means what? Vector is not parasite. Aedes aegypti was vector in that case, Zika virus. So, what is vector? Vector is something that carries XYZ to here. Aedes aegypti is somebody who carries the Zika virus from X person to Y person. So, here vector virus means there will be some carrier. And who are these carriers? Virus. For vaccine, how can we use mosquito? What is carrier in case of vaccines? It is bacteria basically. Or maybe some kind of virus may also act as carrier. Which vaccine is based on this technology? Sputnik. That is based on this technology. Bacteria and viruses are used as vectors. Very much correct. Genetic engineering is applied in the development of these vaccines. Even if I don't know anything, I will take this as correct statement. Because most of the XYZ vaccine development, there should be some kind of genetic engineering to be applied. So this is very generalistic statement. Second statement, you need some basic knowledge what this is. Even if you are going for a guess, take it as vector means something carrier should be there, and this is saying that these are acting as vectors. So this is coming from knowledge, and even if you don't remember it right now, that is okay, because 2021 it was a major news. Sputnik vaccine. So what is takeaway from this? Whatever in news, go and learn very correctly. Questions are coming either from very basics, technological basics, exactly word is not being asked. If you have very common sense how this vaccine is working, that much is enough. You are able to answer these kind of questions. You can connect with that also. Go ahead. What is correct answer? Both these are correct. Answer is C. Answer the 13th question. You already know this. What is it? H2. The term H2 talked about in the context of what? Who is saying satellite? Anything else? D. You are saying? A. C is bad. Where you got these answers? How you answered this is a genetically modified plant? I still answer. How you answered this? It is a satellite navigation system. Tell me how you reach this answer. Either you answer with because you know it, or you answer because you applied some logic. This is also not there, this is also not there, then that means you know it. You have answered the PYQs, then you know the answer. I accepted, you know the answer. Or if there is a conceptual, you relate it with some concept which you learn. Not in this question I am saying. Either this way you answer. Both of this is not there, leave the question. Out of 4 options, don't go for guessing. At least 2 eliminate, then guess. What is S2? What is S2? Tell me. Which year it was asked? 2021. All these are related to pandemic. COVID-19, the virus, how it is? Drawing it too many times. It is having these spikes. Now, what is importance of these spikes? Tell me. Something similar to what you are saying. There are different proteins in our body which act as acceptors for these spikes. So when the spike protein is coming or spike virus is coming, body is having very good acceptors. These acceptors are present in lungs, kidneys and so many parts of this body. And these acceptors are called ACE2. Full form is something like angiotensin converting enzyme. The idea is this COVID spike, these enzyme act as acceptors for this spike. That's why COVID virus becomes very dangerous. It can easily spread to people because we already have very good acceptor enzymes for this. So this is one question which we can consider as asked from fringe topics. Looking back from now, you may say that this is COVID itself. All questions are either related to vaccines, either related to COVID XYZ issues. But even though you say that, this is something which is, you may not be aware of it. So that's why we are saying you should prepare, means should prepare in depth at least some of the topics. Go ahead, answer the 14th question. What is answer for this? Answer is D. It is related to spread of viral disease. Yes, that year it is more relevant. Maybe today you are not remembering, that is okay. Yes. This you can eliminate, this you can eliminate. This genetically modified plants, it creates some confusion. Put for that purpose only. Answer this. It's a little confusing option. What is answer? A. Who is saying A? Everyone is saying A. D. How you approach this question?
Now I can figure out because of the virus it is a non-living organism. It can only
Even if you know XYZ, no things you don't know much, you should at least have clarity. This is why I'm saying basics, fundamentals should be very clear. What is bacteria? It is a living organism. What else you can think of? It is unicellular. What else? It is prokaryotic. What does it mean? It has not nucleus, nothing like within a cell, things are not separated. This is nucleus, this is XYZ. There is no separation of organs within the cell. So it is a prokaryotic unicellular organism. What else? It is mostly found in all environments. What is other one? Fungi. What are some characteristics of fungi? Is it living or non-living? It is also living. Most common example of fungi is mushroom, yeast. All these are fungi. Is this unicellular or multicellular? Should be multicellular. Mushrooms are this big, can be very big. So it is multicellular, but yeast is unicellular. So it can be multicellular as well as unicellular. And what is other speciality of fungi? They have symbiotic relationship XYZ. And what is virus? Where viruses are considered non-living. It required host cell, a living host cell to breed upon. Otherwise, it doesn't have its own existence. Anything more? Virus doesn't have any cell structure compared to this. These have very peculiar scales. Fungi has complete cell structure. Bacteria even doesn't have internal divisions. It does have a specific characteristic cell. But virus is more small particles and it doesn't have that much of a interior of the cell properties. Virus is having RNA or DNA. Or does virus have this RNA DNA things? Viruses don't have RNA DNA. Viruses does have RNA or DNA. It can have either RNA or DNA. COVID virus is having only RNA. It is a RNA virus. There are other viruses which have complete double-stranded DNA structure also. What is protozoa? बताओ. They are unicellular. They are unicellular but much bigger than bacteria. They can have exist on themselves and they can even move also within the body. Bacteria doesn't have that much of peculiar characteristics. And they are like pathogens. They can eat your body and live inside your body. That kind of characteristics. What is archaea? Heard of this? What kind of microorganisms are they? Where it is found? All microorganisms are very small. What is specialty of this? These are found in very extreme conditions, like deep sea, or when there is hot spring, high temperature is always maintained throughout the year. These are areas we doesn't expect living organisms to live, but these are protozoa-like organism which is found in very extreme environmental conditions. So if this basic XYZ knowledge you have, then you go and answer this question, then you can get it mostly right. Because cultured in artificial synthetic medium means there is no living, you are assuming that there is no living XYZ, so vaccine virus may not be eliminated. Rest 1 and 2 you can select. Still this is little bit, according to UPSC answer is 1 and 2, but there can some newses are there where viruses are also cultivated artificially. We'll go from with the basic example and the answer is 1 and 2 only, A. Answer the 15th question. Okay, tell me. 1 only. बताओ और कुछ आंसर है? B. Question number 15. D. सब हो गया options. So this is also like question which I am going to attempt with my basic knowledge only. I am not aware of what kind of virus is this. It is only there to scare you. If you know, if you are somebody who heard this in you go with your knowledge. Otherwise, adenovirus have single-stranded genomes, whereas retrovirus have double-stranded genomes. Some XYZ having single-stranded DNA means DNA. What I have learned is DNA has double-stranded. So some XYZ only I will take this as right if I exactly know this. If I know this virus is having single-strand DNA, this is a very special category of DNA. I read it somewhere, then I'll take this as right. Otherwise, this is something against my basic knowledge of DNA. I'll take this option directly as wrong. Don't compromise on common sense. This virus, even if you don't know XYZ about it, this virus is very common virus. This is responsible for coming from common cold to pneumonia. All these diseases are caused by this virus. Even if you don't know the exactly this virus, you are seeing this, don't get into a mindset that, oh, this virus, I never heard of it, I cannot answer this question. Don't go into that mindset. Even if a question, first 2-3 options you don't know anything about, trust basics. If something link is there in between the statements, link for it, check for it, and then only reach a conclusion. Go ahead, answer the 16th question. Okay, what is the answer? All D. So we have discussed so far all the question from healthcare, biotechnology, something related to that. Now we are going to emerging technology. So emerging technology, how to approach? What you will find throughout is, if you are learning an XYZ technology, at least Google search it and learn what are the key features of it. List down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 features. Most of the question will have some conceptual relation with the most important features of new emerging technology. Study, learn what is the technology, then what are the key defining features of it. At least 5 features, list down and put it in your note. Most of the question we will see for Aage also. If a new technology is asked, questions are mostly coming from either application of this technology, or if a very new technology, what is this technology, or otherwise something you can relate with most fundamental features of XYZ technology. Now come to this question. What is this question? With reference to Web 3.0, consider the following statement. What is Web 3.0? What is the other name for this? This is also called semantic web. There is one more name for this, more generalistic name. It is also called decentralized web. What is the idea of this? Why this is formed today? What we have see as internet is, problem is these are controlled by, centrally controlled, and there is only 4-5 giant companies are controlling every data. Google, Microsoft, Apple, Facebook, Meta, these 5, Amazon, 5-6 companies are controlling every XYZ data, having extreme data dominance in throughout whichever country, whichever world we take. So it is against this idea, new XYZ technology Web 3.0 is being developed. Got the basic idea? To destroy the dominance of data of this XYZ country or having this extreme centrality to the data, we have developed a new system or new way of accessing XYZ open system, that is Web 3.0. Now this much idea you have, you can recollect in the exam. So this much you know about Web 3.0, it becomes very easy. Web 3.0 is a technology enables people to control their own data. Now is it in line with what idea we are discussing? One idea is destroying the dominance of tech companies. Destroying dominance means whose control should be with whom? With the user itself. Very much in line with our idea. In Web 3.0 there can be, there it is said can be. So it is saying a possibility. So I mostly I have tendency to go with it right. Blockchain technology based social networks. And what is the basic idea of blockchain technology? Decentralization. Same idea that we are discussing here. Blockchain is a technology which facilitates it. And it is told as can be. It is not as an enforcing statement, it must be. It is only this, that is not. It can be. Blockchain technology is very much in line with the whatever idea of Web 3.0 is. Web 3.0 is operated by users collectively rather than a corporation. That is also very much in line with idea which we are saying. If you can connect these two options, these are very synonymous options. 1 and 3. First one is saying people having their control, users collectively rather than, these are very synonymous options. So at least don't take, if one you are taking as correct, you must take 3 also as correct, at least if you don't know much about this. So these are like how you approach a question in real exam. Answer here is, all these are correct, 1, 2 and 3. Go ahead. Answer the 17th question. What is software as a service? What is this? What is the idea? What is basic idea of this? Suppose I have phone. What I usually do, I install a software in the phone and use the software. Now software as a service means whatever software I am using in the phone may not be installed in the phone. It will be installed in some cloud server. Software will be installed in cloud server and the services will be provided over internet. What result I want to get, I will get in my phone, but all the processing activity that will be happening in cloud and not in my phone. So what are some features of this? You can think of. Tell me some features, how you, other things you can relate with this. I will not be requiring a high processing power phone. So my equipment will be having less power equipment and less. I need only. What else? Subscription based, it's most probably. It will be like per month service, per year service. Like that you will be licensed, not like a software which you will get for all the source code will be provided to you, not like that. Then updation and all, that becomes all automatic because only in one server you need to update, not in the whole application servers. Access become very easy, or the XYZ services can be made access to lot many people. These are some of the basic features you associate software as a service. Now I'll try to answer this question. SaaS buyers can customize the user interface and can change data fields. What is wrong with this? Change user interface. If that is the feature of this software, no specific software is given. SaaS means it's a broad category of software. Some SaaS softwares will be giving user interface to change this and all. I don't find anything that is extremely wrong in it. SaaS users can access their data through mobile devices. It's wrong in it. Mobile can be used as SaaS. Hotmail, Yahoo, they all have SaaS applications. They all have processing done in cloud servers, and they have services will be provided to in your phone. So what is option here? 1, 2 and 3, all are these are correct. How come this become tough? This is, I don't find so many of issues in this question. SaaS buyers can customers user interface and can change data fields. You are thinking like whole software interface it can change. Very specific companies are given. That's why.
This was in news 2 years ago when Modi government was talking about service.
So why you take this as wrong? ये सब handle करना पड़ेगा. There is thing is many questions. If you keep calm and open mind, you can answer more correctly. Handle. Don't write that. Idea is you need to be as calm as possible during the exam. There is, I know what you do. I've done extreme step to remain calm during last phase of my prelims. I cannot say this here. We can discuss it later. But the idea is you should be calm before the exams. At the time of the exam, it really reflects in your paper. If there is pressure, there is at least one chance, one question you thought B and marked C. Or otherwise there is incorrect asked, you don't see it. You see the options first and you marked ABC is correct. These things should be avoided. Like things are this much competitive that if this is also happening, then how can you go above the cutoff? Some way you have to handle yourself, you have to manage this pressure. I don't know what you do, it highly personalized things, but you need to find a way to keep yourself calm. There is absolutely no other way. Otherwise, very simple questions, and overthinking is also becomes an issue. You have to think very clearly and directly only. If you think complex, and any of statement you will take as right. This can be like this, and I'll take all this as right. You have to think direct implications is there. If not there, take it as wrong and finish it. That simplicity of thought process should be there in the exam. So like something you need to do. That's what I'm saying. If you are going into exam with a very pressurized mindset, it will have its consequences. We'll discuss other things later. Answer the next question, 18th. It's a very easy question. Not even reading the question, answering. What is answer? Okay, correct. What is qubit? Tell me something about quantum computing. That's why we put this question. What is qubit? What is bit? I understand. What does it have? Or what is the XYZ properties? Memory storage, it is in binary. It can only have two values. What are the two values? Either 0 and 1. Every digital data is stored in form of bits. Now, qubit is what? Quantum bit, or the speciality of quantum bit, it can take any value between 0 and 1. That means the amount of possibilities you can define a qubit become nearly infinite. That's one of the most peculiar characteristics of quantum computing. And this property, what it is called? Qubit can exist in multiple states, not just in 2 states, it can exist in multiple states. This property is called superposition. There is one more important quantum property you should be aware of, that is entanglement. What is entanglement?
If you try to manipulate one part of the data,
Qubits can, other property of qubit is qubits can be entangled. That means there can be 2 qubits you can form. These are entangled qubits, means it doesn't matter how, but if you change the properties of one qubit, there will be automatic consequence in the other qubit. It doesn't matter whether these two are in different galaxies or what is the mechanical separation between them. If you change this qubit, there will be automatic XYZ change in the other qubit also. So this property is called entanglement. Based on these two properties, we are trying to design all these quantum computing, quantum satellites, all these things. So here answer is C. So this is 2022 question, very easy question is asked. You can anticipate for going forward maybe one tough question from same topic. If the same topic a question is coming, it can be little bit more specific, more tougher options. Go ahead. Answer the 19th question. Very easy question, I guess. What is the answer? C. Come on. D. What is short range? Short range means within a room, within XYZ, maximum limit is less than 100 meters. Now what are these technologies? CCTV, closed circuit television. Most CCTV has, it is not connected to internet or anything, it will have a database of its own and all its data will be saved there. So this is a short range. RFID, where we use this? Where we use this? Best example is FASTag, car. Who told? See, why RFID is a long term? Should have to, that is something very much basic you should know. RFID, if you, this much you can know, it is only short range also. These cards and all, it's only used in short range, no long range application. Wireless LAN means Wi-Fi and all. All these are within a building applications. So all these are considered as short range applications only. Which year it is? 2022. These kind of question you should not miss. This is something which most people will get right. If there also you are making mistakes, then no excuse for this. Okay. Do it better this time. Science cannot, there is one more thing I need to add here. What is Zigbee? Heard of this? Short range devices are very popular recently. Why? Or short range communication between devices that are getting more popular or more relevant. Why? In IoT means different devices will be connected within. Now all these different how devices are connected, this is based on some kind of short range communication technologies. Zigbee is a short range communication protocol, basically to communicate between devices. Protocol means it's like a standards you should follow. XYZ should be applied, this range of frequencies should be used. That standards are being called as ZigBee. Go ahead, answer the 20th question. What is answer? A. What is D? Any other? C. A and D may be confused. What it is speaking about? Biofilms. These are also that question which I will answer. I don't know what biofilms is. I am still going to answer this. What will I think in the exam? What can be biofilm? It is there is bio is there. Bio means something if there will be life. Film is there, so something covering will be there. Now let's find an option that is extremely not, I cannot connect bio or film in any way. That kind of any option is there. I will look for that. Otherwise, I will take it as correct. First one is biofilm scan, giving a possibility on medical implants within human tissues. What is wrong with this? It can happen. Take it as wrong. I cannot find something which is extremely wrong. Biofilms on food and food processing surfaces. Maybe direct applications of what biofilms is. Biofilms can exhibit antibiotic resistant properties. Biofilms you are putting it is there is human tissue. You are putting a film. Why you are putting a film? To protect this. Protect this. It can exhibit antibiotic resistance. It can resist XYZ that is coming into and attacking this tissue. What is wrong with this? All this bio and film idea, I can relate all these statements. I know I'm hearing biofilms for the first time. Still, I will, if I need to answer this, I will only go with 1, 2, and 3. Some option I feel like this is a very extreme option, or if it's something which is against the idea of bio or film, some exotic chemical name is written which cannot be associated with life, then only I will take it as a wrong. Otherwise, all these statements are correct. Here answer will be D. Why you took A?
Antibiotic resistant, it has some negative connotation. So this should not happen with biofilms.
Biofilms can exhibit antibiotic resistance. What is antibiotic means? Why we took antibiotic? To kill the wrong biotics, the wrong microorganisms into your body.
Still, if you are taking antibiotics and it is creating a resistance, then it is making that medicine useless. This should be bad, wrong for it. Sir, मैंने ये दिमाग लगाया.
You cannot counter it right now, but answer the wrong. It is more with like associate with properties of the film or properties of the surface. It is more associated with. So answer is wrong. 1, 2, and 3 is the correct answer here. Thinking is good. Answer this 21st question. Answer this question with connected with the basics concepts which you know. Try to approach like that. क्या है बताओ? You have to find the wrong option, right? With reference to XYZ, find the not correct statement. You're saying D. What else? A. Anything else? D. How to approach this question? This is a very tough question. Tell me again. D. Plant and animals are there. Okay. 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 What else? What is your logic for D? Cell division is should be more controlled and cannot happen in petri dishes. That is your argument. Now why A? Pieces of artificial functional DNA can be created in laboratories. So this where you can associate it with genome project is going on. First part of genome project was all about identifying the gene structure, human gene structure. Next part of it is printing the gene structure. You identified this is the chromosome structure. Now you are trying to print it. So something like this development is happening. So artificial DNA, functional artificial DNA, at least to some level are being produced. You take it as right. Again, a piece of DNA taken out from an animal cell can be made to replicate outside the living cell of a body. What this process is called? What is this process called? Take a cell from me and develop a my similar body or similar organism. What this process is called? Cloning. Cloning. Remember that Kananda? Dolly. Dolly means there will be two dolly. One dolly from which the cell is taken, other one will be a replica of that. Because same DNA, same cell is being replicated. So third statement is like, it is speaking about cloning. Cloning is something we have achieved, so it should be correct. Come to fourth statement. This is also very straightforward. Cells you are taking from plant, animal can be undergo cell division means what? You are just letting it grow. Petri dishes, it seems outward, but you keep the dish in a very controlled environment, cells will grow. So plant cells can also grow, animal cells can also grow in petri dishes. There is nothing, something which only said it is division, cell division will happen. Other XYZ criteria is not given. Cell division can happen. It's something which you cannot counter. Fourth option is also right. Okay, you are taking plants and animals are coming together. That is problem with the statement nature. Now come to the first statement. This is also very confusing statement. If you don't have the knowledge, then it is more easy. If you don't know what is happening in the sphere of chromosome or DNA, there are DNAs taken from different species and trying to be joined. And DNAs are joined with different species also. If you read that news, you will take this as wrong. You will get the answer all wrong. Here there is a term called as functional. People are joining the DNA, but functional DNA means you can get the complete structure of a animal species from this. That kind of DNA is not yet able to be produced by combining different species is not possible. Same species you can combine and you can do some gene editing XYZ. But different species you getting functional chromosome is something that is not achieved. If functional is not there, then it can be a possibility. So this is something which is very, very tough proper. Same species, then you can go for it. Functional DNA, gene editing, even gene editing babies are being produced. So that is feasible. Correct answer here is A.
DNA from two different organisms is being joined.
Some research level it is being joined, but it is not functional DNA or proper DNA. Something which I found when researching for the answer. It's not like it is in current affairs books also. Go ahead. Answer the 22nd question. It's also very tough question in exam environment. हो गया? बताओ क्या आंसर है? Tell me answer क्या है? Because you know. What India wants?
India wants gene silencing therapy. India wants a treatment for cancer.
So India doesn't want this. क्या नहीं है? I don't understand. 1, 2, 3, 4 नहीं है. Okay. Okay, that makes this question less difficult. If 1, 2, 3, 4 is there, I'm sure all of you will have answered that on. I thought 1, 2, 3, 4 is there. That's why I told this is a very tough question. It is not there means it gives some normalcy to the question. Tell me what is other answers? What do you find? RNA interference technology. RNA means something related with genes, something related with genes we are talking about. That much you can relate with. First option, it is used in developing gene slicing therapies. So RNA means directly genes it is, so I take it as right. There is nothing countering to the basic idea I have. RNA interference means something RNA may be mixed, some RNA cut and new RNA will be placed, something like this will be happening. And gene slicing therapies, it can have very direct consequences. It can be used in developing therapies for treatment of cancer. Can be is there. It is saying a possibility. Cancer is something like India wants. Cancer treatment research is going on. So if a new technology is there, it might have applications in cancer treatment. Take this as wrong. Come to the fourth statement. It can be used to produce crop plants that are resistant to viral pathogens. India wants this also. We need plants with GM crops with better resistance to this XYZ. Now come to this hormone replacement therapies. Where it is done? When like sex transplantation is happening. Sex transplantation surgeries are being done, they undergo hormone replacement therapies. Or some people like women after menopause, if they are facing so much issues of hormone disorders, they will also go for this kind of XYZ treatment. Hormone replacement technology means you are introducing new hormones into your body. You are not introducing gene means gene is the technology or the base to create this hormone, create a hormone. So you are not interfering with how the creation process is. Hormone replacement means you are only replacing your hormones with XYZ other hormones. The production of hormones is not touched. So by that way, if you have smart enough, you can eliminate this. And answer here is A itself, 1, 2 and 4. Otherwise, if you exactly don't know, if you have some idea about this, then you can answer. Otherwise, it becomes a very tough question. Even if 1, 2, 3, 4 is there, it becomes more tough. At least this is not there, then there is some relief to it. Go ahead. You go and learn yourself. That is. Go ahead. A very easy question. I don't think we should need more time on this. What is Cas9? It is a molecular scissor used in targeted gene editing. What the technology is called? CRISPR. What it does? Gene will be too long. This Cas9 will locate where the cut should be done. Then this will be replaced by some other part of it. What it does, this technology made this gene editing very easy process. Now with the softwares and all, you are doing it just like editing a Photoshop editing. Not that is a synonym, but still the whole process of gene editing is made so simple by this CRISPR technology. Even schools are developed to have this technology exhibition and all. That level simplification has this technology brought to gene editing. This question also you can see, this asked in 2018, this asked in 2019 and 18 also. 2 years continuously the same topic is being asked. Sometimes this you can see repeating topics in PYQs in science and tech also. But nature of question may change. This is the 2018 question. It's a very easy question. Answer it first. Only thing you need to know is, I'm not spending too much time. CRISPR-Cas9 is related to gene editing and it is not related to particle physics. That you know, you eliminate this and this, you will get B's. And most of the time you see that this kind of option will be kept at the end. You read Bell experiment, I don't know what it is. You are out of the word. This thing everyone will know. I'm taking it as right, but this also doesn't help you much. It can be out of only one option you can eliminate with that. CRISPR-Cas9 becomes, then you got the answer. In so many other questions also you will feel that third option or fourth option, that is become the critical option, and first two options are very tough options, you cannot possibly remember that. That kind of options is kept above. Thing is, keep to your mental calm and reach third with common sense. What is Bell experiment?
Nowadays, 1 pair, 2 pair, 3 pairs.
Now they are introduced. They're juggling with that also. What is Bell experiment? At least know that it is related to particle physics. Answer this question. Something which we discussed yesterday, you can easily answer this. In your paper, there may be 40, 41 questions. So question number may change. This is 29th question. And it will be 29th question in your material. Only 30 question we will discuss. Rest of the 11 question are similar topics which we are discussing. So answer it yourself. What is? Last year question it is, right? Yes. This we discussed, I think most of the things we discussed yesterday. What is it is about? This is correct or wrong? Gravitational lensing we discussed. It is very much correct. Light can be impacted by gravity. One is correct. Universe is constantly expanding. Very much statement. Matter wraps surrounding in space-time. That was what we are, black hole, we were making something like this. Now, one difficulty is this prediction with Einstein's general theory of relativity. That big give little bit toughness to the question. What is the answer here? At least 3 you should be 100% sure. 2, these all are basic statements, basic physics statement. Nothing is, this is countered by Einstein's theory of relativity. At least think in that terms. If the theory is countering some basic forces or basic physics, then you take it as against it. But these all are basic theories. These are like in line with whatever Einstein theory is saying. So we'll go with D as the correct answer. Answer the question number 30 in your booklet. This is also very, very easy questions. What is the answer? D. Associate with whatever smart equipments you have. Location, GPS, everything will be there in all equipments. Sleeping monitoring, that is what this watches does. Smart watches, smart band, all these are deep sleep, shallow sleep, all this, assisting hearing impaired persons. Even if you don't heard something, this is very much a possibility. Hearing devices can be used of it. Answer is D. Nothing is going against my XYZ idea of wearable equipments. Answer the 31st question. It's a little old question. That time OLED was a upcoming new technology. That's why this question came in 2017. Now I think every phone is having AMOLED display and all. This is not a new technology right now. You're learning something now, this much depth is not required. Learn that is upcoming in the phone industry or whatever XYZ industry. OLED display can be fabricated on flexible plastic substances. Curved display, who came up with this? Samsung and all. First time came up with this. So that was in like a big thing. Roll-up displays embedded in clothing can be made of OLEDs. These are like synonymous statements. Curved, flexible plastic substance, clothing, very much similar. Transparent displays are also possible with this. Answer is C, 1, 2 and 3. Go ahead. Answer the 34th question. I think this one we discussed in the class, somewhere in current affairs class. First question in the paper that year. Answered it?
In my first attempt, I never knew that there exists something like trade. Otherwise, I would have passed second attempt.
You written one mains, right? Which year? Without tricks. Okay.
So since that year, no, it is applicable. 2020 was the defining year. 2021, 22 after tricks and after.
What is answer?
B.
Anyone countering this? Anyone countering this? What is virtual reality? You are completely immersed. It has no XYZ relation with what is actual reality or what is in the classroom. If I wear the glass, I'll be totally in the some other world. I will not see you, I will not see anything that is around me. What is augmented reality? I will still see the world, but with some digital add-ons. I'll be seeing superpowers, I'll be seeing Pikachu, all these kind of things will come under augmented reality. Now this combined technology is called extended reality. This is the news. Go and read something about this. This can come in exam. Augmented reality, a simulated environment is created and the physical world is completely shut out. Cannot completely shut out. It is in virtual reality, this complete shutout concept is there. Images generated from a computer are projected into real life objects and surroundings. Real life objects are never used in VR. So this is also wrong. AR allows individuals to be present in the world, improves the experience using smart XYZ. Very much correct. That is what AR does. VR closes the world and transposes an individual, providing complete immersive experience. Very much correct. So what is the answer? B is the answer. 3 and 4 is correct. The first two statements are wrong. Go ahead. I don't think this needs so much of discussion. What is the question? Sorry. WannaCry, PETA, Eternal Blue. All these are cyber attacks. So what will prepare for 2023? There is so much cyber attack associated with Ukraine war. There has been attacks on Indian AIMS few months before. At least take a note of if there is some new names associated with this. What else you can study? Cyber attacks are also different types. Ransomware means? It will lock your computer device, then to unlock you, it will demand some XYZ money. So different types of malware attack is there. All these different categories of attack, basic division, just go through it because this is a very easy question that is being asked. If a question is coming from similar aspects, maybe a very specific question can come from this. Go ahead, answer the last question for the day. This is also very, very easy question. Tell me what is answer? Anyone is countering? Give me one examples for each of these. With the present state of development, artificial intelligence can effectively do which of the following? Give me example how will reduce to electricity consumption, reducing electricity consumption.
We are not using, we can automatically switch off smart home.
Auto off, smart home, grid integration, we discussed in this. Grid is facing issues with these renewables coming up. So AI can provide solution for this better integration and all. So smart homes, all these are applications. Create meaningful short stories and songs. This is what ChatGPT is doing. Science and tech, this is so good. If you are reading about virus, you want to know, just go and check what is virus. It will give you 300, 400 words what virus is, basic properties of virus, all written. Don't do it for everything. Economy and all, it can give wrong answers, you will mess up. But at least for science and tech, it is like a static topic. Basic science and tech, you can use it to a good extent. Disease diagnosis. How much, what is one, give me one application of this. Recently, one event was popularized by one guy. He was using Apple Watch for long years. Out of a morning, Apple Watch gave him his warning that you are having this disease, go to the doctor. And this guy was doing exercise, doing health conscious guy, doing everything correctly. And he doesn't believe the watch. How can I get this disease? I am doing everything correct. I am not. Maybe this is American guy. Okay. So he was very confident he is not going to get infected, heart disease or something like that. He might not have this. But he went to, then he consulted his doctor. Doctor told to send the ECG that is available in the watch itself. There is ECG in the watch. He sent this data. Then doctor told he to come and have the checkup. And when checked, he was having the disease. He get the treatment very soon. That's why nothing major happened. So this disease diagnosis, you don't need to wait till the symptom becomes very severe. With smart devices, with AI tools, you can have a disease diagnosis at a very early stage. It's very much good application of this. In India, you cannot have this much of sophistication. Why? Because this requires permissions from government, regulators, because their health data is there, your health is being regulated. So only for very specific number of diseases, watch can give you warning, even if it has the data. But it is being aggressively expanding. Within few years, maybe we will reach same level as this is in America and other countries. Text to speech conversion, AI, where it is used? Alexa, Google, okay Google, all these kind of things. Wireless transmission of electrical energy, so much associated with grid integration. Renewable energy grid integration you can associate with this. This is also an application level of question, like this technology is applicable where. I will only eliminate one option if I am 100% sure that this technology cannot by any chance have an application in this. That kind of option if I see, then only I will eliminate. Otherwise my default thinking is the technology can have applications for all of this. So that is it. We are ending science and tech here. What is your basic takeaways from this discussion? Identify at least 20-30, minimum 20-30 themes from current affairs which you can anticipate the question. And at least for these 20 topics, don't depend on one institute material. Because we have seen questions are from COVID, questions are from vaccine, but questions are asking from very fringe topics. You might not be able to get it, even if you read. So depending at least for these 20-30 themes which you list down from science and tech, don't depend on institute notes, whichever I or any other institute provide. Little bit go beyond that, do some Google search, read 4-5 articles regarding it, then prepare accordingly. Now there are so many other topics which are like you just need to have the peripheral knowledge, like ELISA, ACE2, only need to know the peripheral knowledge, what it is. For that topics you can refer to good compilation. That I have no issues. I am not completely devaluing compilations or whatever exercise you are referring to. For other topics, you can do this. Then most of the questions are application level, and so many questions, if your fundamentals are very strong, at least in healthcare questions, if your fundamentals are very clear, you know exactly what is happening in DNA, RNA, cell, mitochondria, chromosome, what exactly all these dynamics is. You can even doesn't know the exact what is asked, you can relate it with and find answers in many questions. So having a very clear fundamentals is very much important. And how you acquire this? If you are not very good in science, if you are not having a science background, do go and learn all these NCERTs, 8, 9, 10, then some chapters of 11 and 12. Even if you are a good guy in science and tech, you know XYZ basics, at least read 11 and 12 some selected chapters. Must do the biology chapters at least. Physics, chemistry you can still, if you are good at it, you can think of skipping it, but biology chapters you cannot skip. Okay. So that's all. All the best. Thank you.